You do that stuff first, then you watch what bother. All right, and then like the animal that I am, I put the spoon back on the other desk. I live like a circus animal. an entire area of the factory just dedicated to making absolutely as many screws as possible. All the later stuff is held together with 1,000 screws, and you just can't ship them around fast enough. They're too screw undense when they move on belts. So yeah, 3 full oil pipelines. We're finally at the point where we have fuel oil and jet packs. And the fuel oil is hilarious because your stuff will stop if you don't get rid of that fuel oil. And so what we've been doing is throwing it into crates. And so we had 3 enormous crates that filled up almost immediately with tanks of fuel. I mean, we're using gasoline in the cars and everything, but we just can't burn through it fast enough. So we actually put it into the fix-it sink. So we are literally creating hydrocarbons, gasoline, and we are throwing it into a literal grinder at all points in time. Multi-monitor life, you know? I also get random, all three do random backgrounds now, thanks to Display Fusion. I bought it on Steam. Works really well though. And then the other shortcut that I have, what are the two Display Fusion shortcuts that I have? One of them is for changing the random background just in case it's too bright. The dimming monitors is probably the crowning feature of that software. It's so good just to be able to blank out the side monitors. Not blank them out, but just like put them to a very low percentage. So I could squint and read stuff off of them, but they're not as distracting. Moby? Really? Moby. Alright, there's all the brackets. Is it Moby or is it just some Moby like ripoff? My no expert opinion, the DisplayPort HDMI and AMD signals are not as good as NVIDIA. So introduce FreeSync and there's a chance Windows will poop on it with the card. Oh, that's not good. I know my monitor has some kind of sync technology in it. Do 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 do. I'm just disassembling all the MakerBeam stuff because we got a bunch of stuff to look at on this axis. Oh, it's not Moby. Never mind. X key. What did I do with it? Did I put it back? I didn't put it back. No, I didn't put it back. I'm not that organized. Well, maybe I put it back. I've yet to find a game that really stresses out my computer's abilities at this point, though. That's the thing. I mean, yeah, I could have like real-time reflections with RTX, but I don't know. I might have to cave in and actually get the NVIDIA card, like a 3080 or something. I know any self-respecting media person out here on Twitch has super duper graphics, but Guardians of the Galaxy looks like that game that it'll stress out the graphics card. I'm not sure if I'll find myself playing that. Maybe if you and 300 of your closest pals decide to watch me playing it, I'll get it. But aside from that, my tutor for this module is an EE rather than a Mechie. This could be an interesting 9 months, especially given he's into fractions over decimals. Ooh. See, I was a weirdo because I do decimals for like everything, even if fractions are better. Doing fractions in math is weird and should be frowned upon. Well, it's absolutely necessary. It's the cyberpunk of 2021. I haven't done Dyson Sphere program. Yeah, Factorio, Satisfactory, and Dyson Sphere program. No, I think, I don't know, if I can get my head out of my ass long enough to actually do stuff with games, I kind of want to move towards doing some Kerbal this weekend on Saturday. I don't know. I mean, I'll see what I'm in for. Otherwise, I mean, we could just go back to the factory again if you guys are into that. Let me get my tools from over here. We'll have to get the axis from over here eventually too. We got some problems to figure out, chat. I must agree with that. Fractions are horrible. Yeah. I know, gonad. Flatulent gonad. Hallowed be thy name. Is an avid, I would say professional, My Summer Car streamer, which is another game that I would kind of want to look at, but I don't know if I'd be good about that. Shipbreaker's been on my list for some time, yeah. That one seems fun too. Teardown is also another one that I could probably enjoy, but I don't know if that'll make it. I want to do a game day, and occasionally turn that game day into a work day, because that Saturday work day is tough for me because it's at the end of a marathon of 2 days of streaming, and this kind of stuff, building stuff. I mean, I'm good at it and I'm comfortable doing it, but if you do it 3 days in a row, I start to run dry on things that I can do, you know? Oh, you weren't able to do the rally before? I know Gonad has built the Satsuma upside down on top of Fleetari's. Or on the roof of the general store. That's not Fleetari. That's, what's his name? Ah! Why are you beeping at me all the time? Oh, this is what I'm talking about, chat. Davies finally got him, Davies can finally apply for partner. That's awesome news. Holy shit. Oh, that's so cool. So what has to happen now is, he's gotten permission to apply if he hasn't applied before getting permission, because I tried to do that. I tried to apply before I got the average numbers. Because my content is so different, I thought I would be a special boy and get exception. Now they don't fucking do that. So, Louis went through this whole process too. What you need to do is apply more than a couple times and get rejected. And then after applying a couple times and getting rejected a couple times, then eventually they'll cave and partner you. So you just got to keep hitting that button. It's hilarious too, because you expect there to be a lot of onboarding and a lot of like, you know, oh, congratulations on being a partner. Here's a tutorial, or here are the rules. Nope, you don't get any of that. You literally just click one button. You click agree on a slightly different legal agreement, and then that's it. And then you get a shit ton of emotes. He needs to have a folder full of emotes, by the way. Yeah, the only thing that they'll make special exceptions for are like YouTubers. People who will bring people to watch things on the platform, not people who rely on the people already on the platform to watch their things. If you have a captive audience, then you have bargaining power with Twitch. That's it. Insert soul to continue. It wasn't even that. No, it was like a bog standard legal agreement. Look, I read legal agreements, right? I read them and I do my best to understand them, insofar as my understanding of legalese goes, which is kind of surface level. But I mean, like, you know, I try to be smart enough to read medical stuff, and I try to be smart enough to be informed on legal stuff. And I know those are very specialty things that require a lot of specialized training, but you know, you can get the gist of a legal agreement by reading it. And it was pretty much the most white bread legal agreement that I've ever read. No, there was a drop in there, actually. I did drop, you guys didn't hear it. I should have called it out, sorry. Pepsi Gaming? Oh my god. Not once, chat, have I ever even seen Pepsi Gaming. Documents I've been getting from my company going through bankruptcy have been awesome reading. Oh god. That sounds terrible. Drops enabled. Somebody get that drop though, because I did drop a couple screws. What is this still doing out? No, maybe I want to save this plug. This plug right here. Yeah, there you go. You guys got it. I didn't say fart. I said drop, damn it. You belligerent fucks. No! It's too bad this whole thing isn't clear, because then we could have used this as the smoke sucker reservoir. Yeah, I don't think this will work for much. Ah! Copyrighted song. Man, copyright will be the death of us all, won't it? Okay, that's there now. Copyright will really be the death of us all. Ugh. Oh yeah, so I came up with my idea for an e-ruler. You know, these little electronic rulers that everybody's selling? I think I know what I want to do for mine. Is this one out of battery? No. See, this one has like logic gates and stuff that you can activate, which is pretty cool. It's never actually useful. It's really just a fidget toy that teaches you electrical engineering a little bit. It's got flip-flops in it, and it's got a binary counter. Well, that's all well and good, but I came up with kind of a cool idea, and I don't know if I can make it as universal as I want to. I don't care how useful they are, I still want them. I know, right? This one was like 30 bucks. Oh, this camera's not primed. You'll have to deal with how bright it is. Dear God. Give us a little break there, brightness. Jeez. It flips the gain up to like 1,000,000. Yeah, so, doesn't that look weird? The way the frames are coming in? Ugh. But yeah, this one's the DigiRule. I forget where I got it from, but... Yay! None of this stuff is particularly useful. It's just fun to play with. But my thought was something like this with a bunch of little LEDs on it, but instead of doing stuff that's useful like this, like flip-flops and stuff, instead, I could do cylinder firing order. So I could do like have a dial that does the speed, and then have the LEDs all in 2 rows, and you could do like, you would have to have a selector that selected what number, and you'd probably have to have like a key on the back that tells you what numbers are what. But then you could have, you could see the cylinder firing order of a bunch of different motors. Kind of upset I didn't put ruler markings on the programming PC. I don't know. Look at that binary distance. Yeah, the top is in inches. See? Because it lines up with the desk. I don't know, whoever made this had a lot of fun doing the markings. I don't use his circuit board program, so I don't know that stuff like this comes up like this. Yeah, it's binary millimeters and binary inches. 0, 1, 2, 3. Benches. Conversion table. You've even got gray code on it. Gray code's important to know. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Ugh, back of my throat is like... Flip-flops still kind of I need to like review flip-flops because I kind of forget how they work. Good stuff. I mean, it's a nice little truth table for when you're working on stuff. What are you guys arguing? Are you just like trying to show off that you know what octal is? What is this? Nobody mentioned that, you know. It's not relevant. Nothing here is octal. This is a 4-bit counter.
We are all lost.
That's how the fuck flip-flops work? You flip it, and you flop it, and you flippity-flop, and you wham-bam, thank you, ma'am. I don't fucking know. JK flip-flop. You flippity-flop. Go, do the flopping. Look at that. It's flipping, it's flopping. Craziness. Yeah, it doesn't flip and it doesn't flop, but when it does this, and then it flop flips, and then flip flops, and then it flops, and some parts of it flop, and then others flip. I don't know. Yeah, it's a just kidding flip flop. It's the psych of the engineering world. beep, 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 beep. It's just a fidget toy. It's just a fidget toy. That's all it is. None of this is particularly useful. You should be able to sit down and do binary counter without LEDs. Flip-flops are black magic, and they should be not trusted and ever used. And then logic gates, this isn't particularly useful for logic gates because it's like, oh, it does that. Like, this is more useful for logic gates. Just seeing the truth table in front of you. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking it would be cool to have a digital ruler that had like 5 and 5, or maybe 16 or 8 and 8, so you could have a bunch of different motors, and the firing order would be displayed by the LEDs. I think that would be really fun. I don't think I'll get around to making that though. Look at all them traces. Hard to see. All right, we get started today. I cleaned off the desk. The desk is clean. The desk is clean. We got a couple tasks ahead of us that we need to do here, so let's turn the start soon off. Let's fade out the music. Even though I really like that song. Hi. What are we doing? I'm starting a little late today. It just happens sometimes. We need to work on this thing on my wall, this giant board that is supposed to be a laser etcher, but there's no laser, there's no etching, and there's no motion right now. Things don't work right now. It is non-functional. What I need to do is work on the y-axis. See, one of the primary things that we did, because of my stupid purchasing of a board that's a little bit too large, it is a strange shape. It probably has less surface area than the previous board, but because of its weird shape, we had to extend the y-axis a little bit. And I went, how hard could that possibly be? And I bought a bunch of parts. I bought like 3 parts, and I have everything else here. Turns out it's very difficult. We need to move a lot of stuff in order to make this happen. So we need to move a lot of stuff in order to make that y-axis a little larger. We did some of the mechanicals, and it turns out there's a lot of stuff that I need to change. Wire lengths is one particular thing that I need to work on. Wire lengths and, yeah, the run of the drag chain. Drag chain is not too happy with us right now because of fasteners on the side of the board. It is unable to allow the axis to go fully to its extension. And then we've got to mount the laser controller board and a bunch of other stuff. So I guess we got to get to work. We need to figure out limit switches and where those are going, how they're going, what they're going. Nobody asks how are the limit switches. They always ask where. Actually, nobody ever asks about limit switches. So yeah, we got to take a look at that, and then we'll figure everything else out. Yes, let me personally answer your question right now. No, hold on. So let's go get the stuff. Wow, that camera's a little weird looking today. Might have to adjust the color saturation on that one. I know, like, this area of, it's not this blue here. Why is it blue? It's not supposed to be blue. This is a very yellow area. Jeez. Oh yeah, that's cider, by the way. I have supermarket cider with packets of yeast that I bought 5 years ago. There's a nice krausen going on top of it here. Everybody's happy. They're eating all that apple sugar and they're turning it into alcohol. And then I'm going to put it into a mini keg thing that I have and force carbonate it, and then probably bottle it. I'll probably bottle a bunch of this because I want to give it to friends. Apparently this cider is very good, but this stuff is just it's literally from Acme, and they have a brand that my local Acme gets this particular cider that's made in Pennsylvania. So it's like, all right, yeah, I'm in. That's pretty good. Makes a nice dirty apple cider. All right, let's get this over here. Yeah, I'm playing IRL My Summer Car. Except I'm not just getting sugar from the store shelf. All right, let's see here. The tape method? Oh, yeah, because tape has a bit of texture for your 3D print to stick to. Satana. Yeah, it is bubbling. Oh, he's bubbling. Look at him go. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Thing is, that's only half of it. I have another full carboy that's bubbling away as well. I need to do the mead too. The mead. I've had the honey for the mead for a long time. There's an actual Acme company. It's not just a Looney Tunes thing. It's a generic. That's why it's called Acme. Yeah. There's probably some history behind that though. But yeah, there's a supermarket chain in America called Acme. But it originally, it's just generic. That's what it's supposed to be anyway. All right. So. What are we doing? Well, got a couple problems. I got the problem. By the way, I did find a in the packaging for the linear bearing, this thing. There was actually a plastic piece of linear slide, and a bunch of extra bearings. I wish I had known about, because I think that specifically is a tool for inserting the cart onto the bearing without losing a bunch of, or inserting the cart onto the rail without losing a bunch of bearings. I think that's specifically what that tool is, and I didn't know I had it. And now the carts are on the rails, so there's no going back. The watershed moment. Where am I? Oh, my wire cutters are on the other desk. Let me get those. Get them wire cutters. What else? I got a couple screwdrivers hanging out over here. All the tools kind of migrate unless you are constantly shepherding them back to your work locations. Whoa. Let's not drop that. Let's put these back up here. All right, all my screwdrivers have returned to pasture. Get this thing back in here because we're probably going to need that today. We got to look for some switching too. Got to look for some switches too. You guys are all on drugs today. I don't know what's up with you. Is the drive to make a clever comment so strong that you have to make weird comments? Is that what's going on? All right. What the hell? What is this stuff? All right, hold on. So let's take a look here. So I got my y-axis here. And this is supposed to freely move up and down on its entire distance. Because we need it. We need that entire distance, since the laser does need to get from the top of the board to the bottom of the board. Now, there might be some wiggle room in there, but I would like to maximize the amount of movement space that I have available to me here. So, I need this drag chain to go all the way out. It doesn't really need to be in the middle, though. If this goes all the way there, and I've got this thing offset, that might be okay. That might be okay. So if I had this slung underneath, I don't know. I don't know if that'll work. All right, let's take a look here. So going downwards is not an issue. And actually, if I move this mount point up, that would also give me all the space that I need. So if I come all the way down here like this, and let's say we hit the limit here, we go all the way down here and hit the limit. This is here. It only needs to attach here, right here in the middle. So we could drill two. All right, almost engineer. You better be an engineer when you get back, you fuck. This is almost an engineer. Is like in the middle of his engineering education. So, anywho. Go take your fucking, stop giving us updates on everything. Go take your class. Jesus Christ. All right, I need to loosen these mounts and move them out a little bit because the belt isn't exactly. Well, actually, I can just scooch this, can I? Yeah. Okay, never mind. That's fine. That's all in alignment now, I think. Yep, that's all in alignment. I scooched the belt. Streamer man yelling at chat. What else is new? Okay. So we got that. We got this. Our problem, we got a couple problems here. One of the couple problems that we have, we don't have to add more chain to the wire. Luckily, that's not something we need to do. I have concerns about the length of some of the cables because I think they are possibly close to their limit. As this mounts right here, these might not have enough wire to get an extra distance up, which is really obnoxious. I'd need to cut some wires and splice some wires together. That may be inevitable. That may be inevitable. We may have to cut wires and splice them to make them longer. We'll have to figure out which ones, because I don't need to cut all of them. Some of them are too long. The limit switches are where they need to go. They don't need to go into this. Boy, I really should have put something around these wires too, because man, they are all over the place. If this moves here, then it'll be able to get all the way to the end. That'll be fine. The only problem is when we move our axis all the way up, not only does the drag chain run out of space, but it hits up against this. And I guess we'll address that when we move this. So let me get these bolts out and we'll move it up a couple inches. I mean, it really only needs like 2 inches. I only need to move it like here for this to have the appropriate run. Yeah, so we can get all the way to there. Okay, let's get these 2 bolts out. I'm gonna get grease all over my hands today, aren't I? Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Oh yeah, there it is. Do 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 do. Song is stuck in my head. We are all lost. Do 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 do. Okay, where's the other one? All right, there we go. All right, so that's out, and now I could extend it if the wire would allow it, which it does not. Which it really does not. It's these usual suspects over here. So let me loosen up these wire nuts. I'll have to figure those out in a minute. How can I do that? Is this the right size? This open-ended wrench? No, of course it's not. This is an SMA wrench. We haven't done a lot with RF on this channel. I used to know a lot about RF. I don't know if I still know a lot about RF. Cool if we could do more radio stuff. That's tough though when you've got sensitive microphones and stuff like that. What did I do with the Maker Beam tool? I thought I brought it back over here. Did I leave it over there? I must have. I must have. I'll use this one then. Oops, no. All right, so we've got precious few cables running up to the end of this thing. One of them, the 3-wire one, is specifically for the light, the little spinny light, and then I've got 2 2-wire wires. Those are power and signal to the laser. That's it. That's all that's running all the way to the laser. But the power and the signal wires are a particular length, and they're not going to give me any more slack than this. So I am going to have to break them. I shall break them. I will crush them beneath me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. All right, fuck. I didn't want to have to do this. I think that 3-wire wire is extremely long. The one for the little flashy light is extremely long. It's way longer than it needs to be. It's the other 2 that I didn't plan for. Let's get this out of here. Make sure to keep the hardware up on this thing so it doesn't slide around. So it doth not slide around. Yeah, the hazard light is extremely important. Don't get it twisted, chat. Every time I say don't get it twisted, I'm reminded of a mural that I passed by in Philadelphia. It's off Route 30 in sort of one of the rougher parts of town, and it was a big mural on the side of a church, and it was this guy. Well, there's no camera. It's a fucking painting. Anyway, it was a guy looking at you, and it was like, don't get it twisted. I'm a child of God. And I'm like, whoa. What does it mean? Who's getting anything twisted about that? Like, what? I didn't question you. In my face. What is this? So every time I hear don't get it twisted, I think of that mural. This guy with dreadlocks looking at me going, don't get it twisted. I'm like, I'm not twisting anything. All right. Well, rest in pepperonis. Bum, bum, bum. It's a DNA pun? What? The DNF pun did not finish. So I still have a wire I still have all the wires going through this thing. We just need to take a look at where this thing comes out. It would be nice if it could avoid these bolts. So I don't know if I can, if I put it at the end of this, it'll be off by a little bit. Yeah, because that's not much standoff distance. It does have a little bit of standoff distance from the rail, though, so it should be able to avoid all the hardware. But, like, if this has any chance of getting caught, it will get caught. And I don't want that. Need to update the hazard light with some stacking ones. Move your status lights to be more visible. You know, the API received data. Placement decided a blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you even in your own comment have given up on the complexity. Mango Scab, 19 months. Hey, thank you, my man. Or woman, or whoever you are. Whatever you are. Whatever you think you are, whatever you are. Whatever's going through that head of yours. God bless it, I guess. I don't know. Like, the voices in your head are absolutely real. Wait, no, I can't say stuff like that on stream. Thank you for the 19 months. All right, so we've got our axis here. I have the ability, I have this power in me to extend this thing by just moving the drag chain, and then I gotta resolder 4 wires. I gotta extend these because these don't have any extra room in them. Here, let me twist this like that. Because, yeah, we can just have the drag chain just kind of get in the way up there. There's not a lot going on up here, so I'm a mongoose. Well, the happy mongoose to you, then. I don't... Let's see here. So if this can get close, but it won't interfere, as long as it doesn't catch on those bolts, it can be close, and hopefully it won't be able to wiggle itself, you know, into the pathway. If I move this out a little bit, I can actually keep it from being too close, but these will still grab it. So I'm actually considering, and I think we ran out of the parts. But they should make drag wires that are drag chains with pre-installed wires. No, I don't. No. I mean, you could just get a multi-strand cable if that's the case. What I really should have done is gone the extra mile and gotten the ones of these chains that have the little pop-up lids, so you could pop up all the lids and get the wire out of there. This stuff is just the smallest that they had for a reasonable price. Because remember, Burn the Subs 2 and 1 existed within the realm of normie pricing, normal hobbyist pricing. I had to make sure that things weren't too terribly expensive. And now I know why the expensive parts exist at all. The reason that they exist is because, goddamn, is it nice to be able to get the wire out of your drag chains. I should have done a larger drag chain for this one, and I should have definitely had the little pop-up things. Next version of Burn the Subs will have that, because goddamn is it annoying. Well, also because the next version of Burn the Sub is going to have tubing running in the chains, because I want to water cool the laser. I want to water cool all the motors, and I want to water cool the laser, because we can. And then I'll have it squirt water all over my beautiful art piece. It'll just bukkake the ever-loving shit out of it with water. Okay, so we need 2 holes drilled in this thing, and they're not threaded, and they're barely even, so I can just do that with a hand drill. I think that's totally fine to do. At its maximum, where this thing collides, or worlds collide, where this thing collides, how much of this do we want to stick out? I mean, I could have it do that. That's probably the best way to do it. Just give it a nice little twirl there. Nice soft run. And then we come all the way down to here. That, of course, will move back and forth. See, I was thinking of using the inserts here, and then I could use the rounded fasteners on these two, just so that there's no chance that this collides and catches. The problem is, we don't have any more of those. I've run out. I think I've used every single one that I have. That's the only way that I'm going to be able to put a soft fastener in that spot. It's not that hard to do, assuming that I have the parts. There's also a lot of hardware on the floor. I'm going to have to sweep this shop and figure out precisely how many bolts and nuts that I've dropped over the last couple days of doing this. Maker Beam tends to bring that out in the shop, is the drop counter. The IRL drop counter is quite happy with the Maker Beam practices around here. Do. You know, instead of the tie down up here, I'm wondering if I should instead just tape, like put something on the back here. Got him. I got. All right, so holes here. Let's get a drill. Let's get a drill. First of all, drill bit. That's coming from over here, over by the mill. The hell is this one? This one's like a really slow taper. That's a weird one. Is it the right size though? Yeah, that'll do. We'll use that one. There it is. That's the drill. I expect the holes to be drilled by the time I get back, chat. You figure it out. You guys figure it out. I'm not doing it. All right, get the drill over here. And then a block of wood. You would think that I would have more blocks of wood, considering the stuff that I do. I've got this. This is an offcut from Burn the Subs 2. The Kilodrop party sounds like something else. 1K drop. Yeah, if the holes are magically drilled. This isn't This Old Tony. I don't have those powers. It'll probably be easier to do if I start the holes, but this is aluminum. So I shouldn't have all that much trouble. By the way, this is what a hand electric planing tool does to wood. This is the barrel of the electric planer that has etched itself into the side of the wood here. That thing was not good. There's no way to make a completely flat surface with it. I thought I would be really good at that, but man, it's only really good for like if you want to take off the bottom of a door. Yeah, he's trained that for a long time. This old Tony is trained for a long time under an ancient master in the technique, but he's able to karate chop his stock wood into quite a few different shapes. He typically shows off on stream, and I just haven't they didn't allow me in that dojo. So, all right, so let's see here. Well, I could do pencil. I could just mark them with pencil, or I could just scratch the aluminum. It's not like it's a particularly fancy material that needs to be preserved. It is anodized, but I'll just do a circle with the scribe, and that'll give me the location. You know, as much as I like even numbers and stuff, we are just eyeballing this. Yeah. There they are. There's the holes that I need. Look at them. Do I go on a diatribe about how to hand drill stuff? I think you guys know. I think you guys know what this is all about. A center mark would be nice, but we can't afford that kind of thing around here. Okay, that's one of them. Now this thing's all weird. I'm so bad at this kind of stuff. The holes are never in quite the right spots. I don't know what it is about measuring and planning and stuff like that I always get wrong. You know, like I'll spend all this time making sure that all my holes are supposed to be in precisely the right spots, and then everything just goes to shit when I try to actually do it. One of the things that I've learned over the years of streaming is to remove the drill bit from the drill, because inevitably you will bump the drill and it'll go like this, and it'll be a guillotine for your drill bit. I've snapped way too many drill bits with the drill that just goes. And actually, this wasn't the original drill. The original drill was one that I got for free when my roommates gave away their old pool table in my old house, my old house. They gave away a pool table, and the guy was like so uncomfortable getting that for free that he was just like, here's a drill. Like, all right. And so I ended up using it for years and years. It was a very shitty drill. And then finally I broke and I got a real one. Not like I'm not used to using a good drill. I mean, I had other hand drills that I would use, but I didn't own them. So, and I think they broke. I always lay the drill down. I guess you could do that. First run sometimes just defaults to being a practice run. Yeah, there's truth in that. There's a certain sincerity to that. I think what I want to do is I want to tie these wires down to this tray. These loops with the wires in them are a little bit too threatening. Actually, this one is totally necessary. Actually, this one is totally necessary too. It's this one in the middle that bugs me. Maybe we could just leave it. Maybe we could just leave it. Let's just be lazy. All right, fine. All right, let's put this drag chain back, and then we can deal with the rest of the stuff. Okay, I fucked that up. Totally messed that one up. There. Come with me on a journey. Let's get a little closer. Ay. Off the ladder is the best? What? What does that mean? You mean dropping the drill off of the ladder? I'm never really on a ladder drilling stuff, though. I don't have perspective on that one. How much do we need to stretch these holes? Oh, it turns out we don't. Hey, I actually did something right for once. You know, like, that never happens. Little fluffy cloud subscribed for the 9th month. Are you using a different microphone, or have I broken my ears listening to too much D&B? A little column A, a little column B. I'm not using a different microphone. My voice might sound different because I didn't sleep great. Actually, I did sleep really well. I just had too much of it. I was up super late last night, and then the alarm went off. I was awake at 9. I took one look at it, or at least I assume that's what happened, and I turned it off. Because I think I've trained myself to turn off my alarm before I start registering memory in the morning, which is a really bad thing. That's a really, really bad thing that apparently I do. So when I looked at the clock again, it was 11. I was like, ah, fuck. So I think my voice might be different from that. I don't know though. I'm completely immune to alarms. Well, that's even worse. There's an alarm app that makes you scan a QR code to turn it off, so you have to get up, walk in another room to scan it. Ugh. Well, there was the not the Chumby, but it was one of these smart alarm clocks that had wheels on it, and it would go hide. So you had to wake up and grab it and then turn it off. A friend of mine loved his Chumby, I think it was called, and it was just like it was basically what the She Who Shall Not Be Named, the little box that has a bunch of data on it, would become. The Amazon thing. All the way down to the bottom of the run, like that. All the way up to the top of the run. Like that. No chance of catching. Good, good, good. See, it's off a little bit, just so that this is at a little bit of an angle. It's hard to detect, but actually that weirdness is perfectly fine because that avoids these fasteners up here. And I want to give them a wide berth because I don't want anything to interfere. So I'm gonna lock that in. And that's that part of the axis done. I just need to get a couple wires on this thing, but let's do other stuff before we get to that. Let's see. So the light, of course, needs to be on this piece, probably where it was before, and then I need to somehow get the circuit board onto this mess. How am I going to do that? I've got a little bit of space right here. But I need one of those Mr. Bean alarm clocks that makes hot coffee and squirts it on your feet instead of in a cup. Hey man, whatever gets your jollies in the morning, you know? It's a tough world out there. Yeah, the weird part is when you set an alarm and you automatically wake up before the alarm goes off. Like you've programmed yourself to do that. I used to do that a lot. All right, let's see. So, this thing's actually a little crooked. That's all right, though. I can correct that later. Let's see. Do I bust out the hot glue gun? I think I want to figure out the circuit board first. This thing keeps falling over because all the weight is weirdly distributed on it. Let me see if I can just prop it up. I've been propping it up on the containers, but all that weight is causing it to flip forward, and it's really annoying. All right, so circuit board. This is what controls a laser. This is just a little TTL compatible laser diode driver. What's really important about this thing is the adjustment that I did to this part right here. That part right there, that little adjustment is the amount of current that can flow through the laser. That is a current controlled laser driver. It will vary in voltage. It'll swing in voltage all over the place. That's okay. Diodes don't care about that. What diodes care about is the amount of current that's going through them and allowing this thing to basically laze, allow it to let out that light. So 1.4 volts or something like that, it just needs somewhere above that. I have this tuned specifically. I put a bunch of 1N4007 diodes in a line in order to use the 0.6 volt drop of a typical switching diode in order to simulate a light emitting diode. So 0.6 divided by 1.4, you know the drill. Simulated the diode, ran this thing through it with a 1 ohm resistor that I was measuring on the multimeter. You could also just put the multimeter over into current mode, but that way I was able to adjust this thing to be just a little bit hot, just a little bit hotter than it should be, which I would not suggest you do if you're going to be emulating what I'm doing here. I wouldn't cook the laser up a little bit more. We happen to have some pretty nice cooling on this thing, a little too much even. But yeah, that was the procedure for getting this thing up and running. This thing now takes a 1 or a 0 in order to control it. The problem is when I plug the board into the computer in order to take control of it, there's a weird ground loop. I got a weird ground loop. And so what'll happen is the laser will activate until it gets to the location. It'll just activate, it just won't work. And so that's why there's a jumper over here. I've got a little jumper sitting on a circuit board, what is responsible for dealing with that ground loop. It basically eliminates the ground connection between the controller board and the power supply. Or it's the ground connection between the TTL signal, because apparently that ground connection would hook up to computer ground or something like that, and everything would be a disaster. So anyway, this thing mounts here somewhere. I guess we could probably fit it in right there. That would actually be a perfectly fine place for it. A perfectly cromulent location for this laser to be in. So that means we need 2 of the long bolts in order to put that there. Okay, there's one. Actually, those might be the right length, because we're going to need bolts and spacers. So I'll put 2 of these guys in there, and we'll put some spacers on it, and then we can mount it just right up here. I don't know who designed this circuit, but man, they were just like, mounting holes? Let's put 2 in the middle. Yeah, that'll be fine. Weird. Yeah, traditionally this thing hasn't been in an enclosure. Probably would be good to put it in an enclosure, but I didn't want to deal with long wire runs either. But I don't know if we'll do an enclosure for the next version for the laser driver. Or maybe we'll just run the laser all the way, like run the laser wires, the 2 wires from the laser, all the way back, and then have the controller in the control box with everything else. Hey, 3 Mares subbing for 37 months. Burn me, wait. Bum bum ba da. Friggin' everybody is gonna be up on the board when I started out, huh? Well, 3 Mares, thank you so much for the 37 months of subs. That's pretty amazing. Wait, that's a tier 3. Holy shit balls. Thank you for the tier 3. God damn. Look at that bubbling. I have billions of organisms making alcohol for me, and they're all gonna die when I'm done. I cannot be stopped. I might take a little bit of the cake of yeast at the bottom of this one, and actually, chat, what I can do is I might just go buy 5 more gallons of cider, and when this thing is done, I'll siphon off the good stuff, and then I'll just refill the carboy, and then all that dead yeast will, whatever survived in that cake of dead yeast at the bottom, will just become the next batch of cider. Ha 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 ha. Anyway. Happiness is an active airlock. In it though? Bloop. 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 Oop. Okay. Alright, back to mounting this thing. Now I do have a kit of spacers that's currently in use. Alright, now it's not in use. These are ugly. But these are also much larger, so I don't know. What do I want to do here? What is it you say you do here? What would you say you do here? I guess I could use these. They might be too big for this though. Hold on. What's on the bottom of this? Oh, nothing. Oh, that's good. That's good. That leaves me a lot of space. Yeah, these will provide, I guess, a better seat for that. Be better to like machine one big piece that could do both of them. These might be too long. We'll try it. Like that. And like that. And there you have it. Now it's hard to get the bolts into this. I think that's actually too tall. That's actually way too tall. Let's go a little shorter than that. Well, this one's significantly shorter, but I've never tried to brew a cider. I should add that to my list. Yeah, you could just start with apple juice if you really feel like it. But like I was saying, my local supermarket happens to have a pretty nice cider that they stock this time of year. So I literally, it's like $25 for 5 gallons of, $25 and quite a few microorganisms that die on the path to making me a wonderfully dry cider. And the nope, I don't remember. Shit. The brand of champagne yeast that I use is just a generic champagne yeast. Champagne yeasts make dry flavorings because they survive in a much more harsh environment with more alcohol present. So yeah, they make this wonderfully dry cider. Well, I tossed the bolts in here. I used non-conductive bolts because there's stuff around it. Actually, you know what? I think this is the adjustment here. I forget what this one adjusts. I don't know if I'm comfortable using... Well, if I put little spacers on it, would that help? Hold on, one sec. I'm trying to make a circuit board sandwich here without ruining everything. The microscope streamers would be sad. They would be happy. They'd be happy. They have a lot of stuff to look at right now. And then it all dies, and whatever's left in the wreckage of its former civilization will rise up again when I pour more apple juice on it. We've got an orchard right down the road. That would probably be a good place to start. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Anything that's not worth selling, you know, the dings and dents, so to speak, would be perfect to make cider out of. There we go. I can use metal fasteners if I put a spacer on either side. It was a little fancier than I had anticipated. It was a little bit, we're getting a little fancy with it. I probably should have washers on the top of that too. Actually, it'd be better if I could use these. Wait, where did that one go? I need tweezers. Tweezers to get screws out of here. I need one of those microscope streamers so that I can get fasteners out of my bin. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. If I could do 2 of these, that would actually be pretty good. Because then it'll spread the weight. It'll share the load. Without harming that capacitor. Let's see if I can find another one. Oh, boy. Yeah, boy. Oh, buoy. Oh, I found one. I don't know where these are all coming from. Thought I ran out of them. Sharing and scaring. Basically, the cider is going to be used to pay back all of my friends who have historically provided me with beers for free. That's pushing that potentiometer over a little bit. I don't like that. Can't really get around it, though. It kind of has to. Circuit board mounted. That's as good as it's going to get. Give you guys a closer look. Yeah, see, this is getting pushed over a little bit just because they didn't give us clearance around these screws, which is pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. I think I need to flip it around, though, because these should probably be closer. Or should they? Hold on, let me see here. This gets the circuit board out of the way, at least. Oh, here they are. Here they are. Let's see here. Try to get this thing in here. Oh, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. God damn it. Try to get this thing aligned. This one is the 2 marks. This one is the 1 mark. So the 1 mark, 2 marks, 2 marks. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Which one plugs in where? Uh-oh. Why is -Z on that? Christ. I don't remember where things plug in. No marks. 2 marks. Also 2 marks. And then this one has the number 4 on it. Which one of you has a number? This is the laser. Laser has 2 dots on it. The laser comes from here, because it's this circuit over here. Those 2 dots line up. That's their first piece. This is way too long. Wire's too long! This is our instruction axis. It's got 1 dot right there. That has the number 4 on it. One dot right there doesn't line up with that. There's one line on the side of this thing. Okay, that's that one. And that circuit board can just kind of hang out above that PCB. And my little jumper setup. Not the greatest in the world, but it's what we got. Actually, I could put that under. We could pack that under. There, that'll kind of wedge between those and hopefully not short out. Laser right there. And now I've got a choice of which one plugs in, where the power plugs in. That's what this one is, power. So power, where does power, oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh, shit. You know what I didn't do? When I cut these, I didn't label them in any way. Yeah, I do need a new system for marking them. Oh boy. We're in for it. We're in for it figuring out which one is which now. I can look at them under the microscope to figure out which one is which, but I don't think that's really going to help. This needs, I can pull a little bit more wire for the light here, which will go all the way up here. Pulled too much. I don't really want to do stuff under this because I want the mechanical part to be clear of wires that can get snagged on stuff. So I'll keep these up. And you can put a little piece of spiral wrap on it or something. So I can just hold all these wires right there. And I'll hot glue the light on. We'll hot glue the light on for you. Okay, a little bit of spiral wrap. We'll do that. Yeah, I'm wondering how I can figure out which one goes where now. I don't know. I'll have to consider my options. Damn it. These wire runs are frayed and tired and annoyed with all of my shenanigans that I've put them through over the years. But we'll figure it out. All right, let me get, what was I going to get? What was I going to get? I don't remember. Is this thing not? Okay, that just needs to be tied down. Just need to do this. Spiral wrap. Do I have any, like, in the immediate area? There's usually a little bit just kind of like hanging out somewhere, like at the back of stuff, behind things over here. Usually I've got a little bit of spiral wrap that's just kind of kicking it old school. Nope, I don't have. Okay, I'm gonna go get it. It's across the way here. I guess I'll bring the scissors with me because they're just back in the corner back there. So let me go do that. Let me go grab some spiral wrap. That's this over here. There it is. That's pretty big. Well, yeah, we'll use that. I'll grab a little length of it. We'll see what we can do with it. It might clean up the whole thing. Actually, it might be way too large. This might be way too big. This might be way too much. Or, well, too big in diameter for 3 wires. Well, it's more than 3 because that one's doubling back and forth in order to make the run with the extra wire. I could actually use all of it. Yeah, it might be fine. It might be fine. What if it's okay? What if? And this will just clean everything up. It'll just make sure that wires aren't going to go everywhere and interfere with things. I didn't wrap that one in there. God damn it. Well, I can push this all the way out to the diode. This is getting annoying. I guess I could unplug it and then wrap it up. Here, let's unplug these and then I can... Well, actually I can't. Hold on, I gotta think about this. My brain doesn't work. Yeah, it's just gonna be a struggle. It's just gonna be like that, chat. That's just how it's gonna be. Unfortunately, just because the way things are plugging in, I can't isolate stuff properly to wrap them up. So I gotta do it like this. Can't unplug everything, right? All right, and as we get to this, actually that one's pretty well locked in, but I might not have had enough of this stuff. I might have needed more. Oh, this needs to break off right about there. That'll come around like that, and then this one plugs in to here. And the other one goes from here, so that one comes out the same spot. And that's when this gets harder to wrap because everything is kind of too close together. Oh, my wrapping this is going to make it even harder for us to find out which one is which. I guess I could use the multimeter to do it instead of just pulling on the wire. Oh, I didn't wrap the power cable in it. Damn it! All these wires! I need better wiring harnesses in the next version. You know, wires that plug in at both ends so that I can unplug things and actually, like, work on it. That's something that's needed. Gotta be careful about flexing this one too much because it's wired directly to circuit board and that's very susceptible to breaking. It'll pop off. It's about to pop off. Okay, like that, like that. There we go. That's protected. That's all a little janky, but it'll be okay. And then that goes to there, and everybody is happy-ish. As happy as I can get them, at least. Cool. Well, that's a little bit more organized than it used to be, I think. This is a little weird up here because the spiral wrap doesn't quite make it all the way to the laser diode, but I think that'll be okay. At least there aren't wires rattling around everywhere. I've got fairly tight runs of everything. And my jumper is still right there, ready to switch if we decide to plug this thing into a computer. And yeah, all right. You ever use TechFlex? Yeah, I got a ton of, I don't know about that brand, but it's just like braided sleeves. I don't like braided sleeves. I think in the presence of dust, they pick up dust in a different way and it's hard to clean them. Whereas spiral wrap is just a piece of plastic that you wipe off. I'm not a huge fan of braiding cables, although I've done it. This is the motor wire, and that's in its own little braid. I have done it before. Okay, what's up? What's up? What are we doing? I don't know the cross connection of the wires that I just severed, which is bad. One is slightly longer than the other. I could maybe rely on that. But then if I think I cut them crisscross. I don't like relying on that. I'll have to figure out which one goes where on the laser diode. This one is labeled 4. This connector is labeled 4, not the one on the end. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is this? Why did that unplug mostly? Are those just connected to each other? Plus minus 12 volt. Yeah, they're both okay. Oh, that's the fan connector. Oh, I see. There's a 12 volt fan connector on this board. I guess you could power it from the 12 volt fan connector. It's labeled on the underside of the board, luckily. Yeah, we'll use diagnostic smoke in order to figure out if we got the right one. I need to get more diagnostic smoke. I'm running out. Let's see here. What are we doing next? I feel like we've done a pretty good job of getting that diode driver situated. Now that we know that the number 4 extends throughout. Ah, this is what I was talking about. That is now caught. This will not move because this decided to fall on the fastener that's sticking out of the side there. So all things being equal, I really need to figure out, oh, there it goes again. Yep, caught again. It's probably because I have this thing too close on the, I need to move it out a little bit. But I don't want to just rely on that connection in order to keep this from getting bound. See that? Just popped all the way off there. So what I need to find more of those inserts that I can put in for these two, and then I can put rounded head screws in there. Do what I do. Take a hammer, smash everything while shouting, "Why don't you work?" Boy, that's a desperate zone. That's a desperate place to be. Frustration and violence. You don't want to be violent when you're frustrated, you know? All things considered, jokes aside. Because that's what they want. They want you to be like that. All right, I actually have a bunch of copper hammers that I did buy because of AVE. I have a bunch of copper hammers. I like them. They're good for smashing stuff. Not really smashing. They're good for tapping on things. There we go. That's how I should put it. I'm getting my hot glue gun. I think that's right here. I haven't used it in a little while. Oh no, it's in the big drawers. I got to go over here. You guys have never really seen the tool chest, have you? Ugh. Those who were around before I rearranged to the shop may remember them, but it's annoying because they're really nice, but they don't get much of a prominent location. I was gonna put them in the corner over there, but that's a better place for all the computer stuff that runs that runs everything around here. Although, man, I guess I don't know. Would it be better to get a 15 unit rack and put it over there? It probably would, wouldn't it? Like an 18 or a 20, just in this corner instead of the tool chest, and then I could put the tool chest over there, where you guys could actually see it and where I could get to it. No, you know what? The reason that I don't do that, I remember now. The reason I don't do that is because Logitech cameras don't like to be extended very much. And so the board camera would be so far away from the streaming computer that it wouldn't work. That's what I remember. Yeah, I use Melda VSTs, yep. The M equalizer and the M compressor because it's got tons of bands. I use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bands of EQ in order to bring this microphone out. I like their stuff. It's good stuff. It just works. That's all. That's my relationship with it. It just works. If I click on the window, everything goes crazy, and if I accidentally click any of the there's the one button. The one button is like, oh, look at this other preset, and then it forgets all your stuff. Apparently, saving the settings is a paid feature on these EQ and band things. But these VSTs are running directly in OBS, which is a problem around here because OBS isn't all that I do. So if I get into a web conference or something like that, I don't have my compressed nice audio. In fact, it gets really, really scratchy. 30 months of Dinsdale Piranha. Why isn't it burning? Well, you're burning with a passion, I guess, is what's happening. We're working on it, man. I'm just not stressing out about it too much. We're gonna take it nice and lazy as we have been. One thing at a time until the things are no longer around. I know I could route it all to a digital audio workstation and back into the PC. I've tried to work out what the audio paths would be, like if I have somebody in Discord, etc. It's tough. It's actually really tough. I think what I'm gonna do is buy a podcast mixer. It's like $600, but it's a fairly good little piece of kit, and then that'll do this and a de-esser automatically. So perhaps then I'll have just the same quality of audio, but it'll be through a piece of hardware. And that way, the computer just gets a generic microphone in. Streaming's weird, right? You gotta worry about audio, you gotta worry about video and all that stuff. So I've had to become an expert on those over the years. I know what works for my setup. You can see how I'm highlighting the different bands of my voice coming into this microphone. This microphone is so sensitive that you can literally hear this. See that? See how the audio's changing? Hold on. You see that band right there? That's the two beard hairs scratching together. That's what that is right there. And that's why because we're not broadcasting those frequencies, cut them out. V13 Simon Jester, thank you for the follow. Here on twitch.tv/ohbother. My God. Press 7 for movie phone. All right, yeah, plug in the hot glue gun. The hot glue gun is part of the reason why I always have this heat sink sitting over here. This heat sink, this very, very shallow heat sink, it's really shallow, it only cares about appearance. This shallow heat sink I use as a drip guard for this. I mean, the heat sink has other purposes too. Seems like I use it more rarely these days, but let me get a glue stick for this. What software do you use to handle the audio? M Audio, VSTs. VSTs. And OBS automatically accepts VST filters. So, yeah, I don't pump my bass up. I know a lot of people do. A lot of people pump the bass way up, and they have artificially bassy voices. It's fine. Nobody cares about audio. The viewers don't care about audio. It's the other streamers care about audio. Hey, Syphilate. I use an instruction manual for my first Raspberry Pi for my glue gun, then flip the pages when it gets covered in glue. What? You have an instruction manual for Raspberry Pi? There's a lot of stuff in that I need to unpack. Hey, you know what? We're doing hot glue. Let's put the thermal camera on. Let me plug that in. The microphone is specifically catered to my voice. I'm not factoring in farts. Properties. Deactivate. Activate. Nope, I'm an electrical engineer. I studied motors, controls, and robotics at Drexel University. I have a bachelor's degree in that, although I work in electronics, and I have for many, many years worked in electronics, specifically reverse engineering of electronic circuits. Why are you not getting hot? I guess it is. It's getting there slowly. This is a $1 glue gun. I should probably look into buying another glue gun. You know, I don't know, the arts and crafts. Oh, it's literally Craft Smart. I think I got it in a bin at Michael's for like $1. Like in 2008. It's not exactly the most engineering glue gun in the world, but when you look up like glue gun on like to like buy one that's a little bit more professional, you get like the Ultra Glue Master 5000. It's ridiculous. Watched another streamer go down a rabbit hole of like $1,000 industrial glue guns. They're nuts. They're crazy. They've got like the glue stick is like a it's got like Acme threads on it. Ready? Oh, that one was really pink. Where's the pink one? Yeah, look at that. Nice. These are just toys. These are all toys. These are like your 40-watt light bulb muffin maker. Look at this. This one has different tips. I'm never going to use that. That's incredible. Man, what the fuck is that sex toy? What the hell? What is this thing? Well, there's a glue stick inlet. I'm glad that they labeled that. And a ventilation hole. And then it's got the applicator end, and it's ribbed. I guess it's got a foregrip. Should that be regulated? Dear God. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like too much. Too much. Let's sort it by price. Can I do highest first? No. $200 and above. Ah, yes, the 2-temp glue gun and glue sticks for $6,880. Yes, this is what I need. Uh-huh. Could you imagine? This thing comes in the mail. You spent $6,880 and you just get like a $2 glue gun? Let's order that right now. Jesus Christ. This is they probably wanted $6. Oh, wait, $8 with Prime. Where'd this come from? Oh, I see. This bundle contains 1,000 items. 2 temp glue gun and glue sticks. Bundle price. It doesn't tell you how many there are. But apparently this contains 1,000 items. Okay. All right. Let's back it up a little bit there. It's 500. Oh, I didn't see that. Well, this one's $230. It's from 3M. This is what I'm talking about. The glue has its own, like, catches on it. Polygon. What is so special about this? I guess you can change the tip, but, I mean, like, what's $200 about that? Yikes. Oh, I can start to smell the glue. I think the glue gun's starting to work. Look at this thing. Your sci-fi item. Jesus. Jeez. What the hell? It's like this is like an epoxy gun. This has nothing to do with glue. I guess it is technically a glue gun, but it's for epoxy. This has got two ramrods for you. It looks flimsier than the $1 one. Hot melt spraying machine. Ugh. That's what they used to call me in college. What the hell? What is this thing? I'm scared of it. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there in regards to glue guns. Most of these are caulk guns. How is this? Okay, listen, I like the look. The photoshopped look. What the fuck? Look at that. That is, what the hell? What are you guys photoshopping here on your $200 glue gun? What the fuck? What is happening here? All right, yeah, this is a deep rabbit hole to go down. I wanted to show you guys that there are some serious fucking glue guns out there. Mine was $1. Mine was $1. What in the hell? Electric carpet tufting gun. What? It makes carpet. Oh, dear God. Carpet tufting and the worst tattoo you've ever gotten. Wow, that's a laser blaster. And it's just got like a shitty motor on it. A shitty brushed DC motor. All right. All right. I would assume if you buy something like this, you're going to spend a lot of time making sure that it works before it actually does anything. There's so much stuff here that needs to move properly. Big yikes. Look at that. That's a 1950s push button. I don't think Twitch likes guns. Oh no. If I point it in the wrong direction, I'll get my channel banned. Glenmar G1000ZA module with adjuster. Direct replacement for, I guess, a glue gun tip. Yeah, there's some weird shit out there, guys. I don't know. You know, at some point, maybe I'll want to just, like, look at buying a new glue gun. Probably would be nice. Probably would heat up faster if I got a good one. But I don't know, like, Gorilla Glue brand glue gun? This is just an advertisement for Gorilla Glue, which is just shitty. I'm not happy about that. No, like, I don't know what to look for other than a dollar store to get a glue gun. I don't need different tips. I don't need a special stand and USB connectivity. Oh, it's cordless. It recharges. That absolutely is not what I need. Yeah, I need something that just heats up quick and lasts forever. Because the one that I have is pretty, it's getting pretty dumpy. It's pretty dumpy glue gun. What the fuck? This thing has a whole stand? I don't have space for that. No, this thing lives in a drawer. It doesn't get a special little, and a switch there. That's a, and a little appliance light, a little neon bulb in there. All right. Yeah, I don't like any of this. No. Anyway, that's enough of that. Okay, one of the Chinese Photoshop specials, you know, the gun that won't look like anything like it does in the picture. Yeah, something like that. Use a 3D printer nozzle. Oh, I'd be here forever. A few kilowatts of heating element and a lot of compressed air. Yeah, grab one from a proper hardware store. Should go to the Ace Hardware up the street here. All right, we're ready to hot glue. I'm ready to hot glue all the things and trigger chat into oblivion. Chat'll get triggered to the very last of their patience. I probably shouldn't have used this wire when I extended this thing. I'll have to, in the next burn the subs, I'll have to use a lot of different materials. I'll have to change my ways, my filthy ways. Ta-da! As shitty as it was before. Oh, that's even crooked now. Well, we got a little bit of time where we can correct it until the hot glue sets. Yeah, that should be good. All right, there's the klaxon or whatever, spinning light. HGTV. God damn it. That pun is illegal. All right, so now the two on the top, and then we got to look at limit switches. I got to figure out how we're going to be putting limit switches into this thing in order to capture when the axis has gone AWOL. This is that time between glue sticks when everything is weird. No, that kind of stuff is relegated to the next version. You know, like doing advanced limit switch stuff. And it's going to be Hall effect sensors because they're so much more effective. They're so much more effective. And hands off. You know, there's no mechanical component to it, so it always stays exactly where it needs to be, which is what I would love to do. I just don't know where I'd get the power to do it on the board currently, and it would be too much of a revision to upgrade that in that manner. I'm gonna get hot glue all over my thumb. I'll have hot glue thumb. The tragedy of it. Now, I could put one up and one down. I don't think I have enough room for the one to go all the way down at the bottom, so we'll just do the two at the top again. Probably would be good to put like two on this, but it was really kind of like a little afterthought. I'll work on better lighting for the next one, for the next burn the subs. We're trying not to reinvent the wheel here. We're trying to just you know, keep it simple, so that we can actually get burn the subs back up and working again. Slather that shit on. Capture it before it drips. Hold it steady while it cools. Go. Yeah, it's like grand thumb. It's glue gun thumb. There he is. All right. So now I can actually pack the wires in a little better. And that's literally by just fucking yeeting them down the line. There we go. Never to be seen again. I'll have to work on that a little bit. That needs a little more love. Okay. Oh shit, oh wait, no, that's just the lens. All right. I thought I broke one of them off, but the lenses are just a little loosely placed up there. All right. So far, so good. We've got laser power. Hey, CosmoQuest raiding with a party of 29 indivisibles today. How you guys doing? CosmoQuestx. If you guys are interested in what's going on in space and whatnot, and space stuff and talking and shows with multiple hosts and things like that, check out CosmoQuestx. They are a regular raider here, and I appreciate that very much. Yeah, they're doing cool stuff. 29 people. It's a significant raid. 29 robots, yes. 29 paid Twitch viewers. Anyway, we're working on the laser board that goes on my wall. This is a quote-unquote science and technology kind of thing. You know, we're using quotes very liberally there. But Project Bluebeam, is that what we're codenaming this? That's a good code name. Yeah, so what we're working on here, and the thermals are just for fun because we're using hot glue at the moment. We can actually unplug the hot glue gun now. We don't need it anymore. Here's the deal. So I have this thing on my wall, and I could actually say that because it is currently, and the little hot glue strands are really annoying. The wall in my shop has a big art project on it. What's up, Veronica Cure? The big wall of my shop has a big art project on it. It's a big block of maple. This time we have a live edge board, but previously it was just a couple boards of maple that I glued together on my wall. And the names of subscribers to this channel would go up on that board. CosmoQuest, thank you for the raid. If you guys are interested in space stuff, you guys should all go check out CosmoQuest, the raiding with a party of 2. What were you guys working on over there, CosmoQuest? You can see how automatic that whole thing is. It's like burned into my brain. It's like an elevator speech that you just go through. Oh, the previous board was maple too. The previous board that I had on the wall, the one that filled up with 5,500 names over the course of 2.6 years, was actually Bezos didn't go to space. He didn't go to space. He did the Kerbal thing where he got real close, but not quite. He's going to need to put more struts and more boosters on that rocket. Anyway, so the previous board that I had up on the wall filled with names of subscribers, because the subscribers to this channel end up live burnt onto that wood. It's a little automation project that I did where the names of subscribers were pilfered from the Twitch API, the API interface that they allow you to use for like bots and stuff like that. We get the name, we vet it out, we turn it into G-code, and then we stream it over to something that controls the physical world. It actually controls this laser and burns the names up onto the board. The art of the board was the fact that it would just randomly position names, and they got smaller and smaller and smaller as more names went up on the board. Now that's over. That project is done. So the board is full, and so we're reinventing things a little bit here. I'm extending the y-axis because I got a more interesting piece of wood shown here. Okay, now that's my cider. That's my cider. That's not the wood. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. On the wall, whew, already, wait. I'm looking at investing in a 3D printer. I'd like one that will allow me to make a decent quality custom plastic cases, tools, etc. Should I look at TPA or resin? Get a normal printer to start out. You don't need to, don't jump into resin printing because they say that it's got good resolution, because like resin printing is filthy. It's absolutely filthy. You can, if you're looking to build tools and you're trying to do functional prints for like enclosures and stuff like that, just a regular old printer is all you need, man. You can start with PLA just to get a feel for things. Our moderator Dewey got a 3D printer at Micro Center for $100, which is actually pretty much like a clone of mine. It has a Bowden tube. It doesn't have direct drive, so it's not exactly the same. So my recommendations for him were to start out with PLA, so you know what's up. And then you can move on to a filament like PETG that prints really hot. It strings a lot, so you got to work on your settings a little bit. It's probably a nightmare to do with a Bowden tube, but PETG is soda bottle plastic, and it is extremely resilient. And so you can build stuff like tools and cases and enclosures with it if you get it tuned up properly. But you need to learn how to tune that. With a resin printer, you get amazing resolution, and they're pretty strong, but you're not going to be able to build stuff that's large enough to really be all that functional. Resin printers are very small. Oh boy, what's going on in chat? Anyone in particular? Not sure. I'm willing to invest a fair amount for something that will last a while. Yeah, I'm not really certain about that. I mean, the thing about 3D printing is that the 3D printing itself becomes your hobby. Something, I mean, one of the big names in printers will probably be pretty good. What's the booze? It's not quite booze yet. It's getting there. You can see a little, I love that there's actually Krausen on the top of that thing. That is apple cider that my local Acme stocks, and they use apples from somewhere in Pennsylvania, probably the middle-ear part of Pennsylvania. Prusa's the go-to brand if you don't mind spending. Yeah, Prusa, I hear, is really good. I use their slicer, which is also really good. I really like the Prusa slicer, actually. But yeah, I didn't realize they were that cheap now. I don't know what the Micro Center had some like screaming hot deal that our moderator Dewey was taking advantage of. He literally had to carry the thing back home in the overhead compartment, or he's going to soon or something, because he doesn't live near a Micro Center, but he was there on a business trip. $230 on Amazon. Yeah. So listen, don't spend a lot, because you need to, you start with a certain hardware. For me, I modified the ever-loving crap out of my 3D printer in order to get it to work the way that I wanted it to. So if you spend a couple $100, it'll give you a good sense of what you're in for 3D printing. And if you are okay with what you're struggling with, then you can eventually do all the upgrades and stuff, because they'll come sort of piecemeal as you learn how to 3D print. At least that's the way I got into it. And I'm not an avid 3D printer. I kind of hate 3D printing. It's kind of like a necessary evil these days. But like 3D printers are like, we can't even get normal paper printers to work properly, let alone 3D printers. We're still really shitty at getting like normal paper to feed through a machine. And 3D printers add another axis to that whole deal. Anyway, this block of maple, everything is blue right now. I've got to kind of adjust things. I think it's because of I put blockers so that you wouldn't see the white wall behind this. It wouldn't be so distracting. But I think I still need to adjust the color coordination in the camera so that everything is this blue. This is a block of maple, and it is a live edge board with fingerprints and everything. I'll sand that off. This is replacing a couple planks of maple that used to be on the wall, but because of this beautiful live edge that has like chainsaw marks for where they cut the crotch of the tree, but anyway, it has chainsaw marks and everything. I'm gonna keep that the way it is. Maybe I'll put like an oh bother plaque or something right there. That would be good if I made like a little insert that goes in there or something. Most of the live edge we're gonna keep the way it is. We're not gonna burn names onto. But because of the weirdness of the board, the way it's shaped, all strange and stuff, I had to extend the y-axis vertically. Now that's easy to do for these, because all I need is a longer roller bar. Burn the subs 3, I'm hoping to have enough area. We're not going to do the roller bar thing. I'm going to have multiple motors that move it in a particular way, and the motors won't move with the axis. But we're not changing all that for this. I'm literally just throwing up a new piece of wood. So we've had to extend the height here, and now I've got to deal with all the repercussions of that over at the bench where we have the actual piece that mounts onto that. The old IBM dot matrix printers. That's like, okay, so printers nowadays don't actually use stepper motors, we learned. I had my mother's scanner copier printer went out, and she bought like a really expensive, basically the same thing she bought again, which I don't think is a great idea, but it was really expensive to do because I guess it's an old model. But we took it apart completely on stream, and it turns out most of the motors and printers are just regular old DC motors. They're brushed DC motors, which is heinous as hell. They're not even stepper motors, and the way they get around that is they have like a cellophane band that has markings on it, and then an optical encoder that follows along. So they have an optical encoder on a geared DC motor, and so all they need to do is give voltage to that DC motor and move it, and they sense how far it moves. It's really cheap. It's really cheap. It's actually criminally cheap, but they're able to get the resolution that they need by moving that thing back and forth with just a DC motor and knowing the encoded position. Crazy stuff. Really, really crazy stuff. Anyway, 3D printers use stepper motors. Hold on, wait for the bubble. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, all right. Who's the RV? You're seeing a lot of that these days. The RV is caught up in a scandal right now because of cost cutting, huh? Stop right there, criminal scum. That's right. It's criminally cheap. They should be tried at The Hague. The RV industry. Oh, because of cost cutting? Yeah. I mean, those are people's homes, so I don't know. All right. So we've got over here, this is the vertical laser axis. And actually a lot's going into this thing. This isn't as simple as you would think. I mean, maybe it is as simple as you would think. You guys are smart. But there's a lot going on here. There's a lot that we need out of this axis. And everything on this axis moves and has wires. And wires are what's carrying our signals around. So those wires go into what are called drag chains. Drag chains are not like, I don't know. I can make a drag joke here, but I'm not going to. Drag chains. These things run along your mechanical axes, and they make sure that your wires don't get caught up in all the stuff in your machine, right? All of that stuff, like these really help organize things and keep the machine safe. I have taken my 3D printer and I added drag chains to it because I didn't want the wiring getting caught on stuff. The printer didn't have that originally. It just has wires going places, right? So it's all right. It's all right, belly alive. Good luck. Good luck with it. Let us know about the 3D printing. And if you feel like it, our Discord, the 3D printing section is one of the primary sections of the Discord. Belly alive. Belial live. Thank you for subbing. Your name is now going to be on a list. And that list of names, I got a list of demands written on the palm of my hand. No, so that list of names is going to be used in order to give the initial names to the board, and they're going to be randomized in order so that we don't have a first person going up on the board. The design for the new board, by the way, when we get all this stuff done, the design for the new board is going to be subscribers in a small double-line font, and gifts are going to be in a similarly small, maybe a slightly smaller, single-line font. So the gifties will go up with just that single-line font. The subscribers, the normal subscribers and the prime subscribers will go up with a double-line font. Actually, try to catch you as much as I can. Bought a bunch of STEM kits for my kids after watching your stream. Ah, dude, that's awesome. I hope they're learning a lot of good stuff and are not stressing out about how exacting some of this stuff can be. Alrighty, Roo. What do we got here? So this axis we need to finish. I kind of want to not work on it anymore. We got a couple different requirements out of this axis, right? We got drag chains bringing the wiring around. We have the linear bearing is all put in place and good. That's 550 millimeters now that we have to access. We can go from end to end on this thing without causing a huge lockup. We got our laser circuit board on there. There's still just a little bit of weirdness up here with these fasteners right here. If I keep this in this position, they shouldn't catch on one another. And so this gets its full extension. It has the same gearing as before. So the settings will be the same in terms of the number of millimeters that it moves per step. Steps per millimeter. It's something that we can also measure if we need to recalibrate the machine a little bit. I don't think we do, because I mean, this gearing is the same. We just added like 120 millimeters to it. We will need to, of course, define the board as being longer, which is easy enough to do. We can do that calculating with ratios, or, you know, we can figure out some other way to figure that out. Probably ratios will be the way to go. We'll just multiply it out, because it's pixels and then millimeters, and the 0 point for those is different, and it's everything is layered on top of itself. It's very complicated and annoying to go through the code. The only other thing that I need to factor in are the end stops. Now, how are the end stops going to work here? Can we use the original switches? My understanding was they were getting in the way, but they might not get in the way now. They might get in the way. Let's see. So this goes all the way up. Yeah, if this goes all the way to the end stop, then there's no room for the switch to exist here, because it would go all the way until it hit the switch. You can see the bolts that I got in there have barely any room, so there's no way that I can really mount that. Let's see here. It's like, I could possibly work that in, but I don't think that really works. The way that I used to do it was having these hang off of the front end, and then the cart would run into them, basically. But the cart would get stuck on the rollers. So if I still did it that way... come here, switch. No, it's kind of difficult to do. If I mount that there, it gets in the way. If I put it out on standoffs, there's nothing to hit. So we got to figure out a better limit switch for this thing. Now, I can move things just a little bit if I need to. I could extend this out, cut a new piece of line there, or move this down a little bit. We still haven't compared this to the actual board itself and whether or not it can reach all the proper areas with it. But for now, let me take a look at what switches I have and see if we can come up with a better limit switch for this. By better, I mean just like mechanically different, so that it can actually sit on this rail and not be out in space where it's gonna get worn. Maybe I'll just have to sit there and do the limit switch myself. Click, click. That's a bad idea. I unplugged myself. All right, let's see here. Switches. Oh God, this storage area of the shop. I can grab the camera and move it over here. The storage area is not in good shape. There's been too much project and not enough cleanup, which is the way things go around here often. So I kind of got to get the stuff out of the way so that I can access some of my parts. Surface mounted micro switches are probably out, huh? I don't think we're, unless I want to glue circuit boards down to things. I mean, if their throw is that gentle, there are some switches in here. I don't think these would be appropriate. But we'll take a look at that one. What we got in here? Here they are. There they are, chat. Look at them. Look at all these switches. Man, I want to play more Satisfactory. I've been bitten by the bug. We've got trucks and trains now, so I can build a train station at the old base and cart that stupid material back and forth for no reason. No reason other than the fact that the old base is far away. That's the beauty of that game. Let's see here. What do we got? I got weirdo counters. What are those? Oh, those are probably just straight up transistors. They might be voltage regulators. I've got high voltage triacs. Jesus Christ. And those are a particular type of switch that I don't know if we can use, but... Is that some kind of turbo? This is the motor out of a Philips Dream machine, which was recalled because in the air pathway there was foam. And if anybody here is familiar with old cars or old stereos, you will know what old foam is like. Imagine having a motor pumping air into your lungs under a little bit of, you know, positive pressure, because it's CPAP, and that air is going through an old stereo. Isn't that just a joy? It's just wonderful. It's wonderful. So they recalled the machines because eventually I guess people got sick of breathing in foam dust. Be nice if I got a settlement out of that. You ruined my lungs, potentially, even though I stopped using the machine. Give me money. I need free money from Philips. I have a bunch of recall emails in my my doctor messaging system. But it's like I'm not gonna send it back. I got this out of it. This is what I wanted, because this is these are fairly expensive actually. I think, what was the price for the replacement? Because like you can only buy them as replacement parts. I've been looking for an impeller 3-phase motor, and I haven't been able to find any. Here's your $7 from the $10 billion settlement. Please don't collect it so that we can give it to the lawyers. The thing is, like, I've looked high and low for pumps that you could run quietly, air pumps that you could run quietly, and this is one, because it's one of the primary design factors that go into something like a continuous pressure autopulmonary, whatever, into a CPAP machine, because you don't want to have a vacuum motor running in the background while you're trying to sleep, right? You want this to be quiet. And so they put a 3-phase motor in there, they put a bunch of foam in the air pathway in order to quiet everybody down. So I need to find an appropriate hobby motor that I can put in the place, or a hobby motor controller that I can use to control this. But I can't find a 3-phase impeller like air pump anywhere. I was looking for one fairly recently because I wanted to make a positive pressure mask, like a sanding mask almost. I was gonna make something like that for like Burning Man to take there in case of a dust storm, but that was in 2011, to let you know how much of the back burner that project's been on. And then we've gone down the odyssey of trying 3-phase pump motors on vacuum impellers for burn the subs, because we need a vacuum motor in order to remove smoke from the laser target. Since this is an open air laser burner, that smoke is just allowed to go wherever the hell it wants. And so having a little suction to remove that smoke from the atmosphere is good. With the smaller fonts that we're using, the smaller name size that we're using, and proper focusing of the laser, we shouldn't get smoke if I can tune it properly. We shouldn't get a lot of smoke. There'll still be smoke, but it'll be like lighting a match in here. It's not disastrous. So we'll have to get that tuned back to where the old board was. So I don't need anything. We're gonna turbocharge the laser. No! No! Wait. You just said, did somebody fart just as Carbonaceous 14 let out a fart? Weird. You guys are weird. So yeah, anyway, this motor, I don't think we're gonna be using this on Burn the Subs 2 or 3. Maybe on 3. I was going to use CPAP tube to get the air all the way out to the axis, but we'll have to think about that in the future. But this is all I wanted out of that CPAP machine. The other thing that I got were some really nice pressure and temperature sensors, but no. This is just I would be looking up a hobby scale 3-phase motor. That could control a 3-phase motor controller that would control a motor around this size. I mean, it's basically like a drone thing. This thing had 3 FETs that would control it, because it only goes in one direction, or instead of the 6 FETs that you normally get in the hobby controller. But I can just get the hobby controller and hook it up to a servo signal and then test this. But I'll have to characterize the motor, and I don't know exactly how to do that. I think maybe just finding something that has a motor that's like this big. I may already have a controller for it, but I don't want to take apart my old drone. I wish I had time to fly that thing. I bet it would be fun to fly that drone. It's been decades. All right, I'm gonna put this thing away. It'll be fun to get that running again. We're looking at switches. Switches get stitches. I'm thinking maybe we want to use these. I don't know where I got these from. These are some micro switches. These are some micro ass switches, man. Look at these micro switch ass little ass switches. That is a chip. Here's these micro ass little switches. Look at these little guys. Look at them, they're like laughing at us. This little dude just laughing at us. This little guy. Ha 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 ha. Bro, that's cringe. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's Twitch chat. All right, these are little tiny switches. I could possibly rely on these in order to be the limit switches if we got them up close to the end of the rail, and the rail would come up and it would bash up against that switch, and just that would be it. So that's one possibility. Now there are screw holes in order to mount these to stuff. I don't know what I would possibly be able to mount it to. Maybe like a bracket or something. And then I could just make a little thing that you drop in and it click, click, click. It click-clacks about. So that's one idea. I don't know the repeatability of these things. I don't know how reliable they are. I'm not terribly familiar with them, and they don't make any sound. Looks like we could pop one open and look at the insides. I don't really want to pop these open. These are nice switches. Yeah, okay, so let's put 2 of these aside as an idea. That's one idea. I wouldn't be replacing all of the limit switches in the whole board, by the way. I'm just doing this for this axis. Oop. Where would you recommend buying trailer wire that isn't complete junk? I need 4 and 7 way, sick of redoing it because of insulation cracks. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Trailer wire. I don't actually know. I mean, automotive wiring, right? That's tough because you don't want to use just like silicon wire. Silicon wire is extremely expensive. It will last. If you put it in like a sheath, I guess you could try like the high strand count, super flexible silicon wire, but you need something more tough, right? I live in Minnesota. I'm assuming the negative 20 F temps. Yeah. Minnesota. That's tough. I don't know, actually. I have a feeling that more than just like that seems like more of a common thing, to be honest. So I have a feeling that there are spheres of the internet what have had this conversation in greater detail than we can. Because yeah, in terms of like sourcing wire and stuff, I'm not that great. One Urban One. How you doing? Thank you for subbing. With a Prime for 32 months. That's a lot of months. That's a little month. Thank you. Noted, the internet tricked me last time. Yeah, that's the problem with that. Coat it with something? I don't know. Coating, no. Maybe just putting it in like a sheath so that it's a little bit protected from the environment. I don't know. How do people do that? Maybe you just put a battery in the trailer and make it wireless. Use an ESP8266 so your trailer is wireless, and that way when you drive away, it'll still be braking. Slightly smaller rocker switches with a roller rocker switches. I'm sure there are wireless trailer links, to be honest. Routed through the water pipes. Yeah, there you go. Use a fluid. use fluid actuators in order to make your brakes happen. You know, not water because that'll freeze, but you could use hydraulic fluid, and you could have a little hydraulic pump that'll also freeze. These are really cheap actually. Are these Omeron? No, whatever CQC is. You just feel how cheap these are. Compressed air like an 18-wheeler to like, yeah, put like an air actuated switch on the end. That's a dumb idea. Use hand signals. Cheap wire is very frustrating and it's hard. When you find a good source for wiring, at least in the smaller scale electronic stuff that we do, boy, it's nice. It's nice to have a source for good wiring. I don't know what I can recommend to you, because you'd be dealing in like 18 gauge wire for automotive stuff, right? Air brakes, what could go wrong? Yeah, so you see all those gravel runs on like mountain roads. Gravel run is there for a truck to smash itself into when the brakes fail. Drum brakes, what a great idea. Okay, so this is a very simple switch. It's a little smaller than the big arcade switches that I had. Here's the ones that we had before. And I bought these for Burn the Subs. This one has much more definitive click over. It's got a really nice feel to it. It's for like, not really for automation stuff. It's more for like, you know, you hit a button and you feel a really nice click over on it. Pretty cool stuff. I mean, all these things boil down to is just a little piece of metal that flexes in order to make the click. This one is much smaller. I could do with or without this rocker. I mean, if we have the axis coming over, I could just have the axis slam into this. So like, I think I can just do this. Or not. I think it just pops out. I got more of these. I'll just ruin this one. There we go. See? It just pops out after you bend the living shit out of it. So I could use them just like this and just have it come over and click up against this. Ooh, that requires a lot of force. Let's see what that's like. The lever indeed does add leverage to the whole sorted affair. Now, can I position these? I could put them down like this so that they roll over the button. Would be better if I could put it at an angle, like on the end here. But positioning that's going to be tough. You know, mechanically keeping that precise. Hold on, let's move you guys over like that. Let's view it over here. One sec. How much for an ad on the heatsink? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Okay, sorry. Just getting chat back in focus here. Okay, so wait, what was that? Was that One Urban One? Did I miss that? One Urban One resubbed with a Prime for 32 months. Did I get that? I think I got that. I think I got that one. I'm up to date. I know what's up. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so without the lever on this, just using it as a straight up button. Move this. Oh wait, I'm leaning on the mechanical stuff. This axis is so smooth now. God, it's smooth. I would need to devise some kind of a mount for this, and I could 3D print something. That would be fairly easy to do. Just have to fire up Fusion and make sure that I dot all my I's and cross all my T's. But that could put this right here. Well, can I get it to reach if I do that? Not quite, no. You know the difference between this and the lever switch? You can buy them like this, or you can buy them with the lever. So ripping off the lever switch is nothing. I'm not hurting the safety of the switch or whatever. No springs. We don't know. Springs are no. I could do just like a bracket. You know, just a bracket right here that goes vertical. Would that fit on the other one? I think so. It has to get around this. This isn't designed for maker beam. So the pillow blocks, these things right here, the gray thing that's holding up that bearing, they're a little bit wider. There's something like 12 millimeters or something, or maybe like 11 millimeters. So that has a little bit of an edge to it right there. So if I did try to make like a bracket that would just hang this thing up like that, well, also that could move back and forth, which I don't want. The top one is the one that's going to get all the use, by the way. The top limit switch is where it'll 0 to, so... My stomach just made a very strange noise. Like, wow. Weird noises coming from Obother today. Let's see here. I mean, if I use the shorter bolts here, I could possibly make something that holds this out, but then the force would move that stuff around. I gotta think about this a little bit. This is tough. This is why like a limit, like a brake beam or something like that, or a Hall effect would be so much easier. What's wrong with the old limit switches? They don't fit. And the design of the axis is a little different. So I don't have that edge to sort of tap off of. And so what happens is the old limit switches are too large to go like this, because they don't get all the way. They would need to be like down here to work properly. And what was the other one? I just don't think they fit. That's the big problem. Like if I put this like this, that would collide with, this bar coming back out the back of our thing. I'm sure it wouldn't work. If I put it so, like that, that might actually work, but I don't like it. If I do it like that, hold on, let's get the wire. Let's not worry about the wires. I could just hold this one in place to test it out. Because, yeah, this will... Okay. The problem is I can't mount... Well, actually, wait a minute. Wait just one tootin' minute. Wait one farting second. That could actually work. Oh, no, but I need to twist this in order to get it to hit... All right. See how it is. Yeah, see, the problem is the cart is bashing up against it before it can trigger. So I need to bend the thing. No, I don't want the switch to be mounted on the head. I don't want that to be part of the moving axis. Let's see here. Can we make this work? We might be able to make the old switches work. That would mean a lot for me, because then I wouldn't have to do as much work. Make the switch contact this part of the beam? Yeah, that's probably a good way to do it. With that, it wouldn't really get it much out of the way, though. Because, like, that's how I'd have to mount it. That or... maybe this. Why is my phone ringing? It's... oh, God. They've got a lot of the same numbers as me. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Hello, and welcome. Hello? Hello? It's a crank, stupid fucking... God damn it. That means I'm gonna get a phone call about my car's extended warranty or some shit now. For the longest time, they were sending my parents stuff that had, like, BMW logos on it, and I'll never forgive them for that, because my parents are like, there's an important letter here about your car or something. And it's just, like, fucking warranty shit. My car is a 1999 BMW station wagon. Nobody is sending me mail about it. Except for my inspection that's well overdue. I need to get my car inspected. I have not done that. I'm a negligent citizen. If I could come up with a better bracket, I mean, this can... It won't give us sort of the full axis travel, though. Like, I don't want to just hang this thing out on one. Imagine working for a dealership or something and actually having to call somebody about an extended warranty. I know this sounds like I'm scamming you, but listen. I need you to buy a bunch of iTunes gift cards. Yeah, that's where it goes over. And so if I was able to mount this flat, then I could get that out to the axis. The wires are in the way in that case. I mean, I could also just flip it and do it this way if it fits in there. Ooh, boy, that's tough to install. Yeah, my 23-year-old extended warranty. It's still got a warranty on it. What? You what? You wait, what? That thing is as old as dirt. How do you have a warranty on it? You what? Actually, I could get rid of the levers on these. I think this lever pops out. I'm not sure. I'm going to ruin this one. Try to pop out the lever. Yeah, it pops out, but damn, did it put up a fight. Anyway, now I've got this switch here, this little button, which is still really definitive. My oil's so old, it's about to turn back to dinosaurs. No, the car came with dinosaurs in it. Yeah, it already came with dinosaurs. Car came with oil. That's what my friend used to say to disturb my car friends. Yeah, car came with oil. So I just mount this like that with no lever on it. Oh, that's where all the wiring collides. I don't know. I don't know about all these solutions. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I don't like you, chat, coming up with these ideas. That could actually work. That could actually work. If I can trust this thing not to cantilever over, that's the problem. Hydrocarbon humor. Jeez. Double H. I like that guy's channel, but he's got way too much hydrocarbon humor. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what he means. He called me a dinosaur when he started making dinosaur noises. And somebody farted. I would need to hold this like right up against the axis in order for this to work at all. Or hold it like here. It would be nice to get these things to actually mount properly, but I think that switch is just overall too big. It's okay. I mean, you know, if I could make like a cradle for the backside of this thing so it doesn't like, because this, I mean, okay, so this is relying on one attachment point that's going to eventually move over the course of years. So maybe that's not the best idea. This is why I would like to use Hall effect sensors, but the board is just not, it's not catered to do that yet. I need a voltage source in order to run the sensor, the Hall effect sensor itself. Hall effect sensor would be pretty cool because then this thing will just move and just kind of like butt up against that. So if we do, if I do revamp that, I could put just like a magnet there and then hot glue, literally just hot glue the sensor to either side of this thing. And since there's no mechanical contact, I don't have to worry about anything wandering around. But then that also means that I have to somehow get power all the way out to where the switches go, which is annoying. I mean, unless I use, do I even have any more of those things? I used to have some little mechanical switches that use magnets. I don't think I have them anymore. I used to have a whole thing full of them. I think I threw them out because I never had use for them. Yeah, there's nothing in here. This is one of the cooler connectors that I've ever found. This is the one that I used for the steering wheel. It's a 3... Yeah, switches get stitches. I say that all the time. This one is for like, I guess radio. People love these things, but like, this is a great plug for a 3-phase motor. It's like a DB connector, but it's got the high current plugs on it. It's so cool. One day we'll have another project for this thing. This might go with the motor that's going to power my milling machine. All right. I got some things to consider here. Do I use the teeny tiny little levers? These would probably be really good to use. Do I use the mid-sized Omeron mouse? These are actually the switches that go in mice, computer mice, albeit probably a slightly more expensive version of these. These are fairly cheap, but they're pretty much the same as the other switch. We'll make a nice little clicking noise. Clickety, clickety, click. Click clacking about. It's not that bad. It's got a roller on it too, just in case I want to put it somewhere where it needs to like be mechanically moved out of the way. Or go back to square one and use the big guys that have this big definitive click over. Quiet, small, mid-sized, makes noise, big and loud. The only problem that I'm having with all this is, all these switches have 2 mounting points and I can only use really one. These, I can't even use any. These I could potentially 3D print maybe? No, no. Maybe those holes are a little too close together for a 3D printer to put 2 pegs into something. Because if I could make just a little bracket that would have 2 pegs or 2 screw holes for that, and then the little bracket comes over and then it mounts to the maker beam, then maybe I could do it. No, I'm not gonna, no. That's too weird of an idea, Blowfish. That's too weird of an idea. Blowfish is saying, what if you run mains current or whatever, whatever voltage I need for the Hall effects into the metal of the board? You can't really rely on power to be delivered through random metal connections. That's a bad idea. How's it going, Casey? So, all right, what do I need to figure out here? I need to figure out how I'm going to do limit switches for this board without going totally overboard and doing something weird. But that's how train signals work. They run continuity between the rails to detect if a train's on them. I don't know if they do that anymore. I think I've, being a citizen of Pennsylvania, I've been around trains a little bit. I don't think they're doing that anymore. They got all kinds of sensors on the sides of tracks. All kind. Now, I guess I could just try to, mount that like that. Actually. I could just mount this like that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't know exactly the position of this thing, though. That's going to be a problem. If this moves, this will also have to move. Unless I mount it on the inside, which I can't really get to, which is obnoxious. I could do this on the other side, on the inside edge, and then when the cart approaches, let's try it. Let's try that first. Let's see. Because that'll be nice and easy for us to... That'll not be nice and easy for us to get a fastener into. God damn it. Because I glued the end. Well, I can unglue the end. I've glued it and I can unglue it. I make the decisions around here. I can do whatever I want. I can play video games today and get 20% fewer viewers. All the cars have RFID trackers on them. They probably detect them. I don't know. The way they're doing it professionally nowadays is probably totally different. But back in the day, I guess you could use continuity. That's weird, though. That's pretty crazy. I always love a good video of those machines that put new rails down, or new ties, whatever the wood that goes between them. Yeah, that's the thing. Do I need to replace a bad switch? I don't think I do. I didn't have to replace the other arcade style switches ever. Although these are pretty cheap, but they're mouse buttons. So we should get like 10 gazillion clicks on this thing without it being unreliable. A bazillion clicks is the technical term. I'm trying to get the glue puck off of this thing because I'll have to re-glue this. I need access to the side of the rail. I think that's my best bet though, is just to do this here so that the cart comes up and it just smacks the end of the switch. It just goes boop on the end of the switch. Say that to Logitech's 10M switches. Yeah, have you guys ever replace a mouse switch? Because mouse buttons are just these guys. Usually from a more reputable brand than whoever would ship it to me. My lens is dirty. We got a little dream-like quality going on over there. Hold on. Where's a cloth? Where do I have a cloth? Chat, what did you do with my cloth? Where's my cloth? Heads are gonna roll if I don't find a cloth, chat. I actually don't know where I put it. I had a couple like lens cloths that I kept somewhat near this area. What the hell is this thing? Oh, that's that dog collar. Jesus Christ. Still have that. We could do physical... you're not allowed to self-harm on Twitch, so I can't do anything with the auto dog collar. For every death, I get a shock. And I think people like linked me to streamers doing that, but it's like it's against TOS and it can get your whole channel deleted. So I stay away from stuff like that. Oh, there's the spiral wrap I was looking for. Yeah, I mean I could just use my shirt. Oh, there it is. Found it. You can harm others. No, you cannot. No, chat. Don't shake the baby. All right, well, all the fetishists get to win this one. Yeah, that was a filthy lens. At least Logitech has a glass on their thing. Put the dog collar on the tank and let them drive it. The tank is no more, guys. The chassis is sitting somewhere. We need to revisit the tank with a different perspective on it. I think I need to use that thing that Kraken helped develop in order to power all the commands to the tank. It's the only way that it's going to get like commands that are relevant at all, and without spamming chat full of commands, you know? Something or other commander, whatever that is, bit commander, I think. That extension plugin thingy that appears like irritatingly in the corner, and then you guys could use bits in order to do like sequences or something like that. Ghost commander. Who's ghost? Why are we commanding the ghost? What's up with that? Why is it a ghost? Whose ghost is it? Okay, yeah, let's try putting the limit switch on the end over here. I'm not sure if, well, first test. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it needs smaller hardware. MakerBeam doesn't get smaller. MakerBeam is that size. Unless... no, that doesn't work either. I mean, it will screw into this. I could try to, like, drill them out. Ugh, I hate to do that, but let's just see if it'll... let's see if it'll break the switch or not. Really shouldn't be modifying stuff like this. I should come up with a bracket to mount it so that I could use smaller screws to hold this thing to the bracket and then have the bracket have better mounts to make it stronger. But I don't, you know, we don't have a lot of room to work with, so. What'd I do with the drill bit? Did I throw it? Did I throw the drill bit? I think I might have thrown the drill bit. It was a good drill bit. I missed that drill bit. Poor drill bit. Poor drill bit. It didn't know. It didn't know. Blowfish, you need to take an engineering class. like a basics of engineering class. Let's see here. If I were a drill bit, and I'm not saying I'm not, where would I be? I'm finding like hardware all over the place too. It goes there. Did I... Is this it? No. I thought it was smaller than that. Actually, this is it. This is the one right here. Why would you throw it? Because it is on my desk. Simply by virtue of its existing is why I'd throw it. Yeah, it's like an unbasics of engineering. Or I guess over-engineering class, yeah. All right, breaking a switch, part 1. Ah. Didn't break it. Boy, oh boy, does it not look happy with me, though. I didn't break through, so it's not really sanctioned. I wouldn't suggest anybody do this. It's possible that I could find like a standoff that would change the thread size or something, so I could use a smaller fastener in order to put this thing on there. Oh well. Let's just see what happens. All right, so I need to remove this stuff and then get some long bolts on there. At least this stuff is very configurable. You can kind of whip up all these ideas very quickly. And it's all cheap. It's all cheap stuff. I mean, the Maker Beam is actually pretty expensive, to be honest, for what it is. But what I'm paying for, oh, Jesus Christ, is for somebody's Kickstarter to be successful and paying for this configurability that I get out of this stuff. If the holes turn red, you've drilled too far. Yeah, something like that. Why is this so loose? Oh, because I'm missing all of the supports for it. That was the only other support for that at the moment. Actually, some of the drivers, some of the Trinamic drivers, and I think maybe the ones that I'm using, I could just get rid of the limit switches, and I could just put blockers on either end of this, and then the driver itself will sense the overcurrent condition. That's an idea. Maybe we could do that. I mean, just in general, like both axes, we could probably do that with. Chat. I think that might be the idea. I think we might do the brainlet idea, yeah. It all costs money, saying, yo! That's poetic. We could just block the ends and then have the cart crash into the ends. Might be the time to do that. It means that we don't get specific crash events, but oh, here it is. Here's the warranty call. Hello.
Calling with the vehicle service department.
Oh my God.
Calling about your vehicle's manufacturer's warranty.
My warranty.
Several notices in the mail that you have yet
I did get the mails. They had the BMW logo on them. Oh my God.
Renew your warranty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Hello, are you listening to me?
Warranty now. Please
yeah.
5 now.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Be removed from our list.
Let's do it. Let's renew my auto warranty policy. You sent me the things that had the BMW logo on it. My mother told me about them.
Hi, this is Susie calling with
Hi,
the
Susie.
Vehicle Service Department.
How real are you?
We're calling about your vehicle's manufacturer's
Oh, it's just a
warranty.
repeat.
We sent you several notices in the mail. Your warranty from the factory cutoff. And this is a courtesy call to renew your warranty before you sell it. Hi, this is Susie calling with the Vehicle Service Department. We're calling about your vehicle's manufacturer's warranty. We sent you several notices in the mail that you have yet.
Oh no, I hit end. Never mind. All right. Yeah, my car is a 1999 BMW. 1999. That woke up your dog? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be waking puppies up. Go back to sleep, animal groins dog. You've got a big day ahead of you. Get some rest. I don't mean to be waking up nobody's dog. I'm sorry. Yeah, those fucking calls, man. That one didn't even put me to an operator. It's always nice when I can just listen to it and then it'll just put you automatically to an operator and then you waste their time. That's what Kit Boga's all about, is he wastes the scammer's time. So I was willing to sit there with my finger over the button for an extended period. But I guess they're getting clever about it. You have to actually, because what I like to do stuff where I don't participate in any way until they get me to the operator, because I don't want to acknowledge that I want to speak to them at all, because I don't. because I don't. Because I really don't. Now we can test this, but keep in the back of our mind that we may want to do the overcurrent event for doing limit switches, because that means that I don't have to run switches to the extremes of this thing. Yeah, my 1999 BMW's warranty. Jesus Christ. I always enjoyed getting those calls when I was driving a 97 Wrangler. They assure you that no one is honoring a warranty. Yeah, I was going to ask them what kind of vehicle I have. Hey, what options do you have for a 1999 BMW? Because you sent me stuff with the logo on it. You're legally not allowed to lie. Ah, shit, I just broke this other light off. Damn it, I should... Okay, maybe these are the last step. Maybe those lights are the last step. So if I have a switch there mounted like this... All right. It's just... okay, that just dropped to the ground. Fucking hell. Approaching. And then it hits the switch and it doesn't trigger it. Well then. Now the other option is... Well, I'd have to move this... But if this is mounted like that, will it trigger just by the cart going by it? Let's take a look at that. Oh, but that's not... Well, fine. Whatever. There. There. Ruined forever. Let's assume I have enough room here. Which is kind of a brazen assumption, huh? Why is it stuck? There we go. I just put that there. I don't think the cart is going to go over that. I think that's too close. Let's just see. Cart will go over it. That works. That actually really works. It's just my only concern is that the rail that holds this up can't mount with that switch there. I can flip the switch, yeah, but that's not, I mean, that'll only get me a couple millimeters, whereas this thing was like, well, in that area. Let me check here what the distance is. I just put the tape measure away. Chat. I gotta go get the tape measure. Tape measure. Let me go get it. One sec. So I'm going to measure between the carts over here and then measure on that axis. How did that get under there? Come back here. My Comelon, my actual metric tape measure. I haven't put the belt on the top axis yet. I only have it on the bottom. I'll get that done eventually. So from the edge of the maker beam to the edge of the maker beam, we have a grand total of 475 millimeters. 475. Really? Of 5,500? 475. Yeah, that's the new board that we're working on. 475. Oh, dear God. Dear God. That's here. So those could move significantly up. Yeah, those will be completely out of the way. Our laser is going to be able to well, it'll be able to overrun where the mounts are, but that's fine. It can do that. So we can actually do that for the switches. I'll keep the current control thing in mind, though, because that is tempting, right? You're only noticing this now. That's my cider. It's apple cider that Acme carries. And they keep it, it's about that time of the year, right? For cider. And so they sell it at my Acme, and it comes from Pennsylvania. It's pretty local, actually, which is nice. So what I do is I go to the Acme and I buy it 5 gallons at a time. I bought 10 gallons. I got some weird looks. What yeast? It's a champagne yeast. Otherwise, it's just a sparkling mushroom. It has to be from the valley. No, it's a champagne yeast. Champagne yeasts are a little bit more hardy, and they make much drier liquors. Is that the Kraken emote, or is that the tomato old? Why do they all have old woman emotes? Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's actually not an old woman. It's actually Kraken, who I would argue is probably an old woman. But anyway, why does everybody have an old lady emote? What is this? Did he dress in drag one time and nobody's gonna let him live it down or something? You need to live something like that down. You don't. I dressed as an old lady once for high school Halloween. 250. 200. Well, that's not 250. Is that? No, it's 25. 25. Duh, I'm smart. Duh. I mean, apple wine with champagne yeast. Higher alcohol yield is always nice. Yes, indeed it is. Indeed it is, my friend. I do enjoy a higher alcohol yield. Okay, so that's pretty far away. I could probably do the math on this, but that's 35. The other one's 25. So let's move them up. I don't know how much. Are you going to stream how you spice your cider? Or is that a family secret? No, man, I'm not going to spice it at all. What are you talking about? This is literally the laziest fucking thing in the whole world. Listen, you guys should know how lazy this is. This is, I go to a supermarket and I buy 5 gallons of apple cider. Right? 5 gallons of semi-local apple cider. I come home and I spray down the carboy with no wash sanitization stuff. I upend the 5 gallons in gallon jugs into the carboy. Well, actually, I do 1 gallon first. Then I drop the yeast in. Then I do the other 4 gallons. So everything mixes in nice and happy. Then I spray down the airlock with no wash sanitization stuff, cork it, and spray no wash sanitization into the airlock. 2 or 3 weeks later, I siphon it out into a little container that I have. It's a corny keg. It's called a corny keg. And then I give it 25 PSI in the fridge overnight. 2 days if I'm really patient, which I'm not. Then I turn the PSI down to 8 and I serve it. And that's all. That's all you have to do. I force carb. If I really wanted to, I could bottle this. After siphoning out the alcohol, I could add like a cup of confectioner's sugar to it and then put it into bottles, cap them, and then put them in the basement for a week where they will pressurize themselves with carbon dioxide. So the survivors of the attrition that's going on right now would then produce alcohol and carbon dioxide with that extra little bit of sugar. It won't ruin your flavor at all, but it will also produce carbon dioxide that pressurizes into a liquid form and, adds itself to the liquid. But it's too much, it's too much work, and I could just buy CO2 everywhere, so I force carb. Or you could just drink it flat. It's actually better with a little carbonation because that cuts the sort of cloyingly sweet apple juice kind of flavor in it. I don't think there are spices in this apple cider. I think it's just kind of like a less filtered apple mash kind of thing. It's maybe there are. I don't know. I looked at the ingredients and there were not a lot. So I don't think there's a ton of preservatives in there either. So because it's local. So that's what I do, and that's super lazy, but it nets me 5 gallons of cider that I can drink and enjoy, which is really, really good. It's actually really nice as things get colder. All right, what I'm trying to do is put this in the middle, and I'm too dumb and bad at math. What is the distance from the edge if we have 475 millimeter beam? Let's go to CAD software to figure this out, right? Let's go over to our CAD software and figure this out, because I'm too dumb. We got 550 millimeter beam. I'll stick to buying Guinness, but it's $25 for 5 gallons of cider. And I guess you distribute the CO2 cost over a bunch of different brews, you know? We got this thing here. I'm too dumb for this, chat. I'm too dumb, so I'm putting it on paper. So this is 550. This one is 475. Let's use our CAD calculator. Yeah, it's the program comes with all this stuff. Isn't great? It's really good at what it does. 550 over 2. I don't know why I'm doing over 2. Why am I doing over 2? 275? $275. There's probably a better way to calculate this, and I'm just too dumb for it. 275, and then 475 over 2 is going to be like something 25. 237 and a half. What am I trying to do here? Or I could just trust chat. They've given me the answer already. Saying 37.5. Yeah, 550 minus 475. I don't know. I'm just trying to find center points, I guess, because I'm dumb. Yeah, subtract one from the other, and then you've got the same on each end. You divide it by 2. Yeah, that's what I should have done. That's what I was going to show you guys in a minute here, but I guess I won't show you guys the cool way that I do it by using all the wrong numbers. Okay, 550 minus 475. 475, and then we got the wonderful task of half of 75. $7.5. WTF. Okay. Sorry for spoiling it. I know. It's all right. So yeah, 37 and a half. Subtract one from the other. Chat, why am I dumb? This is more of a caliper kind of thing. Actually, you could just use the flat ruler for that. 37 and a half. I did use the scientific calculator. I think it swapped back from an update because Windows updates like to just fuck you. I don't know, like, what the hell, Windows? Like, why are you resetting my settings that I've so carefully set? 35, 36, 37, and there are even half markings on this, but I doubt I'm going to be able to. Oh, wait, no, almost. Right there. 35, 36, 37 and a half. Jacose sent me these rulers, and I love them, actually. They're amazing to have around. These metric rulers that have some semblance of precision on them. If you have lived your life like me, dumbly, and you haven't gone and gotten one of these, then you should. Why is the calculator so big in Windows? It's because of touchscreens. That's it. That's it. It's the only reason. People with touchscreens, big meaty buttons. Sometimes being smart makes you dumb. What do you mean sometimes? This one's harder to measure. Let's get the card out of the way, though. This one is a lot harder to measure. The reason I'm being a stickler about measuring this is because it determines whether or not it's possible for us to be even doing this way. I mean, the alternative is for me to use the Trinamics built-in thing. Built-in built-in limit switch. Now, I should probably move this down a little bit. Well, if we're centering the mounting points, then this rail is centered on the entire board. So I don't need to move this up or down. This is spaced out there so that I can tension this if I need to, although the spring's doing a good job. So I think I'm okay. Demographic getting older, can't see. I've got all my computer fonts in big old person font. I got big old man eyes. I've had to bump the fonts up on a lot of stuff. Like my Discord isn't default. Can't freaking read that. Also, I think I need new monitors because I think my monitors are like blurry. I think they're a little blurry. Old 1080p monitors. They're like really old. I bought them in like 2008 or something like that. I finally went 150% on my 4K. Yeah, you know, I think I do need to get 4K low refresh rate monitors for my side monitors, and then I'll bump all the fonts up. But like on the center monitor, the really nice resolution one, I can read the smaller text. It's more about how it's handling the number of pixels, I guess, and stuff, than it is about the size, the overall size of the font and its readability. This is going to completely break apart the whole thing if I remove that one. Let me put this bracket back on over here. What else do we need to do? We need to get rid of these bolts that I put in here. Blurry monitors equals no need for expensive hardware for doing the blurring. What? The dithering? Do you mean dithering? Where'd the bracket go? There it is. Where's my stuff? That over there. These two like this. That song is called The Gonk. Where is, let's see, that one goes in the end. And then I need one more. There it is. All right, so this is the new limit switch setup for now. I don't think I'm going to try to use the trinamic stuff where it overcurrents and then counts that as a limit switch reached, because I've got to do a bit of soldering on the control board in order to make that happen, and we got to test that. We know the switches work, but I am very tempted to do that, because then we would basically just put a blocker on each end, and that would then, I could even just put like a standoff coming out of this over here, and it'll just come up, bash it, and then that'll be it. But I think that would be fairly weird for this to do on the main board. You have to connect it over UART and SPI. We have the ability, we have the trinamic drivers plugged into the... No, that's on my 3D printer. Wait a minute. I've got a way to program the drivers, though, I thought. Yeah, I do. I think we have it hooked up to the thing so that I could actually take a look at the settings. I kind of remember that. I don't know. Oh, that's what that was. All right. All right, come on, buddy. Why is this thing not? What is this doing? Okay, there. All right, so I got that locked down. So that's our new limit switch. And we're going to do the same thing down here, which means I need to drill out another one of these. Where's the other one that we've already ripped the lever off of? And put that guy in there. It's a little bit more subtle. There's still front and center on the whole thing, but it's a little bit more subtle. It's like the B in subtle. I don't know why I use this drill bit. This is like, I guess it's a pretty normal drill bit. It just seems like the taper angle is really heavy on this one. Can I borrow some of your motivation? Dude, I'm not motivated at all to work on this thing. Although I did take a couple-day break from it, which really, that kind of helps keep it fresh, you know? Yeah, motivation is earned. It's not a bought. You got to work through it. Set up, I mean, okay, so you're talking to somebody with pretty severe ADHD who, I don't know. Motivation is tough, right? But what you can do is set up small goals. And those little goals you just keep ticking away at. Piece by piece by piece. I mean, we need to mount a monitor on the wall for about a month. Put a date and time on it. Getting motivated to hang a mirror on the wall is one thing. I mean, you should just put it on some kind of a list. That'll help you with it. Either motivating by virtue of the list existing or just set up a time that you're going to actually do it. Because tomorrow isn't the day of the week. I have a slew of home automation stuff I've been meaning to set up. Yeah, I slacked on that too for a while. I actually was a major slacker on that. But I actually got some of it together the other week just by, as I said, setting a date that I would do it. And so I took down all my internet and I fixed all of my IP addresses. To-do list, 1, make a list. 2, put more than one thing on it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, the problem with what's going on right now is that this bracket is being held in place by the motor mount. There we go, I managed to get that. The motor mount's putting pressure down on that bracket. Yeah, I think I'm using 2208. If there's no stall guards... Oh, in the 2208s, there's no stall guards. I thought, no, but it's got that cluster of pins, and you can configure it to do stall guard, I thought. I don't remember what the drivers are. I think they should have been 2208s, because I bought a bunch of 2208 boards. Can't use it. Darn. Well, for the next Burn the Subs, I'll use 08. I'm using a completely different controller, so nobody knows more about it than me. Unless people from Granite Devices actually show up and chat. I can't get... Oh, Jesus Christ. What cruel fate. The bolt that's going to hold on the limit switch doesn't fit past this thing. 2209s and 2130s have stall guard. Hold on, I'm going to have to go into my Amazon account now. Let's figure out what I bought. I think I got them from Amazon. Let me just check real quick. Orders. Oh, great. So it does have my order history on this machine. I really didn't want that to be the case. 2208. One order matching, and it doesn't even show it to me. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't remember which ones I used. I think I bought a bunch of 2208s, though. Yeah, 2209 wasn't out yet. I could have sworn we had stall guard. Because people were talking about that. Short Lurker was talking about it. I don't think I can trust that guy. Chad, I don't think I can trust that guy. He's a little shady. He's up to some shady shit, you know? You get new drivers, the ones from Big Tree Tech. They have the programming pins already broken out. No, see, what we did is we modified ours in order to have the programming pin go into the Gerbil driver. And the Gerbil driver has... God, that voice box emote, Jesus Christ. The drivers that we have are... they have the data pin broken out so that the Gerbil controller can speak to them, I believe. I believe that's the case. I believe that is the case. Because we were able to go in and program them. What do you think about that? Yeah, I think there's a particular pin from the Arduino that does that on the Gerbil driver. Or we did it with the other Arduino. We might have done that with the other Arduino. But what we did is we actually took one of the pins that is for the jumpers. The pin that one of the pins for the jumper configuration, since we're not using jumpers, we were able to use that in order to run the digital line out to one of the pins on the driver board so that they were pluggable. They could be plugged in and unplugged in case one failed. I would just have to do the modification on the specific, thing that failed, or sorry, on a new driver, I would have to do the modification and then I could plug it into the board. That was the system that we used. But if they were 2208s and not 2209s, then they don't have stall guard, apparently. Hey, almost an engineer subbed with Prime for 17 months. I really dislike that I have to do this manually because I'm using Prime. Yeah, they should have a toggle thing where you can toggle it to re-up. I understand your woes, but I thank you for going through all of the effort to go through and give me that Prime. We were saying that professor that you have is actually good. That's good news. Then Kindergarten Kitten came in. Kindergarten Kitten subbed for 14 months. Thank you so much, Kindergarten Kitten. Appreciate that. I do. I really do. All right, so let's get this thing back on. This thing right here, back on. That's weird because I thought everybody was telling me about stall guard. Yeah, I thought people were like real fervent. There was a lot of people were like real gung ho about telling me to use stall guard at the time when I was making Burn the Subs 2. But apparently they didn't have it then. Accordion to people in chat. Is that like Dawn Guard? Stall Guard, Dawn Guard. Can't tell the difference. Try to get this thing threaded over. Yeah! There we go. I put that on the opposite way, didn't I? Yep, I gotta flip it over. 2130? Did I have 2130s? Is that what I put in? No, I think it was 2208s. For the bigger motor, what considerations did I have for that? Because the 2130s would carry more current. What we're talking about is specific models of motor drivers from a company called Trinamic. Trinamic makes these wonderful drivers that enable you to do all this really advanced stuff, and instead of just hammering away at the different steps stepper motor goes through, instead of doing that, what it does is it'll ease into the step using pulse width modulated pulses, I guess. So it does some really advanced stuff to make sure that your stepper motors are silent. They are not to be heard. They're completely and utterly silent. It's amazing. It really, really helps out. And you also have a lot of features in this motor driver. So you buy this specific chip. What we're talking about are models of chips, but you can buy the chip on a board that adapts it to the typical motor driver pinout. Because there are a lot of different companies that make stepper motor drivers, right? And in machines like this, and the 3D printers and stuff like that, you'll have your stepper motors go bad, or your stepper motors will ruin the driver board and kill the drivers. So in a lot of the competent controllers, you'll have pluggable and unpluggable motor drivers. Now those don't have a digital signal coming out of them. What they have is jumpers in order to configure them. This whole advent of every chip having a digital interface is fairly new, and actually Apple's done the scummiest thing that I've ever heard of in my entire life, and they have their operating system specifically polling the serial numbers of all of the chips, and if there's a mismatch, it'll lock you out. That's absolutely the scummiest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. However, because they're not giving the tools to work on that, they're not selling the tools so that you could do that. It's only an internal tool. And so if you want your phone to get repaired, Steve Jobs says, stick it up your ass and buy a new one. Anyway, so this advent of digital chippy thingies, all of these digital chippies, they're pretty awesome because you can do stuff like pull them for the amount of current that they're taking, or ooh, wow, wait, that's not good. All right, so we got a little problem with this one. This one isn't popping off properly. Now, if I left the lever on it, no, I don't think it would work if I left the lever on it. Let me just try to, like, position it a little better. So there's a possibility that these don't ramp in properly and switch. Maybe if I came at it from the other direction, but I don't think I'll be able to get the switch position properly from the other direction. Yeah, the TMC drivers are pretty cool. They're very advanced, and they have special features. And so one of the features that we're talking about right now is a feature where the driver itself will sense that too much current is being put into the motor, and it'll trigger a limit switch. So if something comes in and mechanically interferes with your axis, it'll stop the machine. Or if it's just homing, you don't have to have a switch out in space. You don't have to have the Hall effect sensor. You don't have anything. It'll just run into a block and say, all right, that's where 0 is, which is just about as intelligent as your machines normally are anyway. Why is this one not working? The other one was working just fine. Yeah. So here's the problem with what we just did. Let's go over to the microscope. If I could move this down just a little bit, it would work. Hey, Milk. Yeah, if I could move that down just imperceptibly, then it would pop off. This one worked. This one did not. I could put the switch like on standoffs a little bit, move it out. Maybe that'll help it get that angle. Let's try it. Let's try putting it on little tiny standoffs. Maybe that'll do something. I don't know. Because yeah, either direction that I put this in, it'll just pop up against the switch and then just kind of nudge it. I had it flipped originally, yeah. I just had it flipped. Now if I put the lever back on, if I get one that already has the lever, where are the boxes? There they are. Hold on, let me get one that already has a lever on it and we'll see. We'll see if maybe we need to include the ones with a lever. Lever, lever, lever. The hell did it was the first bin. It was the first bin that I looked at. It was in the first bin. I got the wrong bin. I got the wrong bin. It was the first bin. I don't want to have to modify it too much. That wasn't the right bin. That's not the right bin. That's not the right bin. That's not the right bin. Where's the right bin? Which bin is it? Oh, it's this one. Got it. All right. Yeah, I got a bunch of these. If I can put them in unmodified, I'd be happy. I mean, the lever actually acts as a little ramp, so that might actually... I might actually just put them in stock with the lever facing out like this. And that might ramp it up properly. It'd be nice if I... because there's a little bit of a lip there. If I can put... I don't want to just use washers. I don't like using washers too much in these things. I might have to, though. Yeah, all right, let me get some washer. Some washers made it into this bin, so I'll probably find a couple like this. Actually, let me like pull these out of this bin because I don't want them in there in the first place. You are not supposed to be in there. None of you. None of you. There's grease on the tweezers and it's like picking stuff up. All right, that should be enough of them. I'll just put 2 washers under this in order to space it a little bit so that the switch can mechanically mount much stronger. I think using the mill to make an adapter would be too much work. I can design something and 3D print something, but I'm not going to do that. Oh yeah, and I still need to drill out the holes on these things. God damn it. Okay. I'm not counting the boxes of switches that I have, dude. You can speculate on that, but I'm not going to go around counting them. Your whims do not an emergency constitute. That might be too tall. Too tall, too tall. Well, let's put it to the test. Let me put bolts on this thing. Yeah, I mean, aside from like, I guess I could make an adapter, but... And now that we know there's plenty of clearance for the rail around here, so I've got room to, you know, to play with. I guess I could make something that would have 2 screw holes in the center and then 2 maker beam holes on either side, you know? And that would give me the space that I need in order to make this precisely fit in place. But I don't want to go through all the effort, man, you know? There's only so many hours in the day to dedicate to not getting drunk. And there's a whole lot of not getting drunk going on right now. That actually works because it actually torques over the entire lever. Do we think that's going to wear down after a while? It actually works really well in sort of an alternative way. What did I just flick off of the desk? Something just flew the fuck off of the desk and hit the ground, and I don't even know what it is. One day I'll look for whatever the hell that thing was, and I'll wonder what I was ever going to do with it. It was like it might have been one of the switches just got like ejected. It is a drop. Yes, it is a drop. Is a drop. Isabel. Yeah, so, I mean... I don't know. No, why? I wouldn't need the holes to be slotted. Well, unless you mean like up and down, I guess. But this is weird. It does work, though. It actually works as a mechanical stop, too. It's a little... I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this, chat. I don't know how I feel about this. It certainly lets us get the cart all the way down to the bottom, though. I don't know if I can move this out a little bit. I think I can. It works, ship it. You rely on something a little weird. You gotta understand that this needs to be the most reliable part of the whole board. I mean, it does kind of work. This is bad. That should not be allowed to happen. That's because of the corner cube that I used. I think I'm going to need to use 3 corner cubes on this. So this can't happen. This is a significant issue. But yeah, with this cart coming in, bop. That actually works as a stopper too. And I wonder Is that going to wear down on the plastic of the cart right there? It might, but I think it'll last for most of the duration of the board. It just mechanically, it's a little weird. That's a little weird. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it, chat. Yeah, the red wheel will actually stop it, but that's already, in order to get to the end of the red wheel, it would need to be a significant accident. So at that point, limit switches aren't really going to help you. It is a little bit of a mechanical stopper. Rig up a test to see how many hits before it wears down. It's going to be a lot. We'll be here for a long time, and I'm going to have to hear clicking noises for the next 2 months. Eric Charneski. Hey, thank you for the raid. How you guys doing? Guys, I'm not getting out of this problem with glue, all right? Let's just make that clear. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, man. A glorious Tuesday here. Yeah, I'm just thinking about this. Thinking about limit switches. Thinking about those beans. I think this will work. I think this will work. Push comes to shove. You know, I suppose I could make something to clip onto the end here. No, that wouldn't really work. That wouldn't really work. See, the only reason that we're doing this is because there's not enough space. This is too close on this side, and it doesn't actuate the button. So instead, I'm leaving the lever in, and then it'll actually actuate the lever. It'll use this as a fulcrum right here. Oh God, I'm fucking ignoring chat. It's all the same ideas over and over again that I've already vetted out. Damn. We're not using optical because there's dust and smoke. We're not using Hall effects because I'd have to run power out to this, and I just don't. I don't have the chops. Hall effects would be brilliant because then I wouldn't need to do a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here, but chat's about to go to emote only mode. All right, hold on. I think this will probably work. I mean, it definitely makes contact. You could force it to go a little further. I'm just worried about wear and tear. No, I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with this because it's actuating the switch just fine. Yeah, I want it to ride the top of the lever arm because that's a much better mechanical motion. If I did ride the top of the lever arm, though, it would actuate the button on its own. So I wouldn't need the lever if this thing were high enough. But I can't make this any higher. I can't make this any lower because of the design of things, the way Maker Beam works and all that stuff. I would have to make a bracket that would hold on to the edges here with move the Maker Beam mounts out here, and then have its own screw hole in order to lower this down a little bit. And then it would be in perfect position. And since we're building it out of trash, I'm not going to do that. We're gonna leave it like this. And if we have problems, then we have problems. I'll sand down the board and start over. I don't want to elongate the holes any. We already drilled them out to fit Maker Beam. If I elongate the holes, I risk getting into the body of the switch itself. So all that switching stuff is in there, and it's above those holes. If anything, I could put like a stopper on the end of this so that would hit it instead of the cart directly. I 3D print something to do that. I think that would wear away, though. I think this will be okay. I mean, it's just, you know, the interface is a little rough. I would rather have something that sort of pushes down this end of the switch. I'd really rather have the roller capable of actually rolling against the bottom of this cart. That would be the best way for me to do it, is if this came along and just rolled down. Why are you guys obsessed with the... Okay, the next person to suggest some kind of glue is going to get muted. Stop suggesting glue. I'm serious. We're not gluing things here. This is not a glue stream. All right, so I think that'll work. See, the thing is on the other end. No, I said next. Why? What? Stop spamming. What are you doing? I see 2 people that need to be timed out. Oh, that's your quick one? Yeah. Yeah, see, that tends to hit against it instead of actuating it. That's the problem with that height. If I could move it down even just a little bit, it would be able to. No, that's not what I was talking about. It's not the duck is fine. See, that kind of works up here. I don't know why it doesn't work anywhere else. Oh, that switch is not really, the light is not really held on. I'm not modifying the switch any more than I already have by taking off the lever. The other way that I could do this would, yeah, maybe I do need to just make the thing 3D print. I think that would be more reliable. I think we need to make a switch harness. So let's fire up Fusion 360 and see if we can do that by the end of the stream today. Let's do that in an hour and a half, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. All right, so back over to here. I think what I can do is let's go to Fusion first of all. It's probably going to ask me. It's probably going to give all my account details as the splash screen. These are mouse buttons, so they're going to be very reliable when we actually get them to work. I would like to use it without the lever as a mouse button, but I don't know if I can do that. If anything, what I can do is position it in such a way that it'll hit the ramp of the lever. And if it hits the ramp of the lever, mechanically that's a little bit better. Because then that lever is providing me with a nice soft ramp that this thing can hit up against, and it won't wear away the plastic. I mean, over a lot of time it would, but we're talking about billions of cycles there, so we can very easily, yeah, see, I gotta enter my info, okay. I'm not sure if I have Fusion open in the other window. I don't think I do. I need all this shit. Guys, what was my password? What was my password for Fusion? I don't remember. How about my 6-digit code? Do you guys know what the code is? Yeah, it's that cider time of the year, man. My local Acme has, you guys see any reflections in the glasses here? I gotta be careful about that kind of thing. You fucking internet freaks will get like my address based on what leaves are falling outside. Oh, is that an orange leaf? That puts them in this longitude and latitude. You guys because I wouldn't tell you my age, you fucking assholes narrowed it down to the literal year based on the references that I made. Over time, over like months. Yeah, flight paths and shit. It's ridiculous. You can't have any anonymity anymore with you fucking assholes. All right, which one is it? Autodesk? Yeah. Oh, I have precious little time. I need to let the code expire. There you go. And actually, researchers have been able to, if you know the sound of particular keys, you can use audio techniques, filtering and stuff like that. My frame rate's going to go weird as Fusion loads. But if you can use if you know the sound of the A key, you can filter it out like through a phone call or the audio from my stream, and you can figure out what key presses are being pressed. So I will not ever show you my fingers on a keyboard. I will not ever show that because that's apparently a security risk. Oh dear God, it's got to update. Give it a second to update. Things are going to be like for just a little bit here. Updating Fusion 360, 33%. I have no choice in this, by the way. This is just how it works. So this is eating into our emergency design time. Any minute now. Hi, it's me downloading. Blurp, blurp. Oh, wait, okay. I think that's done. Nope, 70%. Sigh, 70%. Yeah, it's just gonna sit here and update. It's gonna sit here and update. Come on, buddy. 97. Come on, 97? 97. 97. 97. 98. Why did the last 3% always take so long? 99. Come on. Ah, man. Let's go. I want to design a part. You're just getting in my way. Yeah, I haven't booted up Fusion on this computer in a little while, so it's doing its thing. There it is. All right, restart, please. As it takes up all the cycles of this computer. This is the other CAD program that we're using. I don't know. This one's pretty advanced. All right, so I have an idea of this design in my head. It's fairly simple. We could have it like do all kinds of fancy bullshit, but we don't really need it to be. All it really needs to be is just like a little bar that will capture the screws that hold the thing and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? We done? Are we done? Are we done? Okay. So I need a new part. It's for burn the subs. Do I have a folder for burn the subs? BTS 3. It's not BTS 3 though. So I guess I need to make a new. I need a better folder structure in here. All right. Burn the subs 2.5. Boop. All right. New program or new project. Who dis? Save and save it as switch adapter. I think I already have something called that. Micro switch to maker beam. That's a little complicated. All right, that's our new thing. Now we go to Grabcad. Or maybe even DigiKey. Wait a minute. What are these things called? SPST lever switch. Snap action limit switches. Let's not get distracted by all of the wonderful products that we have available to us in the DigiKey catalog. What I'm going to do is narrow it down by having CAD models and a photo. Apply that, we get 147. Omeron Electronics. That's all I want. That is not it. That is not it. That is not it. That one is not it. That one's close. We're getting close. That is definitely not it, but it's cool looking. We're getting distracted. We're already getting distracted. I'm already getting distracted. I think it's SPDT. Whoops. Let's get rid of where's the filter? Filter options, 141. Where do I actually get rid of the snap action limit switches? NC or NO. We want SPDT. We don't want single throw. So I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm not going to do that. I have respect for myself. Switch. So this would be snap action limit switch. And we are looking at having a CAD model and a photo in stock. You don't really need to do that because we're not ordering them, but still. In stock, and then I want SPDT. Oh, Jesus Christ. If it's single pole dual throw times 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess that's all right. Anyway, single pole dual throw. Apply. And that gives us how many results are left? A lot. Let's see here, though. That would be very close to what we're using. We'll have to back it up with a little bit of caliper action, though. Look at that thing. Let's see here. Anything happen over here? No, not since the raid. Not since the raid. That might be the right size. It doesn't quite look right. And it's interesting that it's got 2 different settings for how much throw it has. We'll take a look there. See, this is why I'm not looking at chat. I'm 10 steps ahead of you, chat. I'm 10 steps ahead of you. The question in chat that I read, and the reason... Jesus Christ, look at that thing. The reason I shouldn't be reading chat is the question was, doesn't the switch you're looking for have a part number on it? Look, I don't want a data sheet. I want a 3D model. I want a 3D model. And so that specific random knockoff Omron switch is probably not going to have a 3D model associated with it. All the switches that we're looking at right now both have a photo and a 3D model. That's what I want, because I want to be able to just fucking throw this thing down and know where the holes are going to be. That is actually, I think, the switch. Just a different model. Is that just opening the photo? No, it's opening the whole thing. Data sheet. Okay, calipers, just to verify that we got the same thing that's in the photo. And then I'll get that 3D model and I can just throw it onto the drawing. Where is one of the switches? Here it is. We don't have the rocker included with this thing, but we don't need it to do a good job. All right, what do we got? So, none of these dimensions are... These are dumb dimensions. All right, 6.4 width. Yep, 6.4 width. The height is... This is like a standard. So the height is... which number? 9.9, I think? I'm getting 10. That's plus or minus what? I don't know what the tolerance are on these. But I am getting 10, and it does have the little lumps below the screw holes. So I think this is mostly the same thing. It's just a different brand, same machines and all that stuff. So I think this is it. If I could find one similar to that that actually has the rocker on it. So this is our guy right here. We'll come back to this. See if there's one with a roller. These don't even have a roller on them. Oh. I don't trust it. It looks weird. I don't trust it. No, no, no. Double no, triple no. I feel like all the same results are just repeating. This is why you do in stock. Yeah, the cover of the book tells you what book it is. That's what? Of course I'm judging a book by its cover. You're not putting the effort into a good cover, then I'm not interested. I'm not going to read every book, you know? Next. Those ones with like the needle on it are really weird. It's strange that I can't find that particular brand with a roller on it. Or that particular type of the roller. It seems like... did I just find one? No, that's a little different. Yeah, they're weird. All these switches are very weird. Very strange applications for all these switches. Okay, well, we got something that's close enough that we can work off of, so we don't have to sweat all of the details about where the hole spacings are. Rate a switch by its lever. 50 ways to love your lever. Go out back, Jack. Don't need to discuss much. Oh, those are like the little ones that I have. They're cute. Yeah, I wonder if the little ones would be the superior switch to use. I don't know how many repeat actions I'm going to get out of these little guys. Nah, maybe I shouldn't use the tiny ones. I think the mouse style one is better. It's probably a little bit more reliable. Okay, so that being said, we go here, and now we have a 3D model. Now, I could have gone to Grabcad for this, and I probably would have gotten a better model, but these manufacturer models are sometimes not great. The fuck did I do to myself? Hold on. I gotta go do wound care, because apparently I'm fucking bleeding like a like a slaughterhouse. What the hell's going on? When did that happen? Don't you hate that? Just trying to live my life. I'm not being covered in blood. Yeah, it's like a big scratch. It's like a bite mark. Where did I get that? I brushed something. Strange. Try to wash it a little bit. Yeah, a little puck mark in my arm. Typical streamer stuff, you know, you wipe up some blood, get rid of all the evidence. I don't know what that is. I must maybe there was a screw on a bench or something and I leaned up against it a little too hard. But yeah, that was leaking. All right, there we go. I'm better. All better. All bitter. Beta. All right, so, beta. I don't know how to say that like Germans do. Don't care about any of that. What we're looking for is the video file. No. Manufacture CAD model. Okay, let's get that. What happened? Didn't even download. What? What's happening here? Okay, I had to do that in order to get it to work. Dion Starfire, thank you for the 7-month sub. You're doing it wrong. What are we doing? Yeah. All right, show in folder. There it is. So now what I can do is go here and basically hit upload. In the step file goes. Do that. Yeah, there's probably a better model in Grabcad. That's how it usually happens. But sometimes you can't rely on the mechanical tolerances of Grabcad. Sometimes they make 3D models just for visual stuff, right? They're not necessarily for engineering purposes. So they'll have bad dimensions on them. Whereas a manufacturer model is literally there so that mechanical designers and electrical engineers and all them detail-oriented people can actually use your product. What is happening? What are you doing? What is this fake status bar? I'm just close this and just open up the file. Nope, it's not done yet. Give me my stuff. I didn't say the manufacturer couldn't be trusted. Where did I say that? What was I saying? Oh man, streamer said something and then their mind changed or they did something slightly different. This doesn't look right. I need to make this look right. So I'm going into the appearance. Okay, appearance. Yes, there you go. And we're gonna look at plastic. Actually, I think we should do metal first. So metal, and then we're gonna make it palladium, maybe palladium, silver. Actually, probably silver. I mean, it's actually like nickel plating. So satin nickel, and then we're gonna only apply it to faces. Now these wires are not the same wires that are coming out of this thing. This thing has the little wire tabs with the loops coming out, but we don't need to worry about that. These are for circuit board mounting, and the one that I have is for mounting on, what do you call it? It's for mounting it, blah, 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 blah. It's for mounting it to like a circuit board, whereas the other one is has like the little hole in it, so that solder gets in there and so that you can put a wire on it. Some people even like loop the wire around the different things, which is evil. It's one. This is totally unnecessary for this, but I always do this with these models because the manufacturer makes sure that the mechanical tolerances are fine. They don't care about the little showboating endpoint where you make all the colors look right. Chat is weird today. I don't know what's up with everybody. The free-flowing ideas are like a molasses. People need to be able to. I know the English language is very difficult, but what something looks like and how something looks, there's a big differentiation in there. All right, we got a lot of faces here. Actually, oh Jesus, I shouldn't have done it that way. Yeah, shouldn't have done it that way. I did that wrong because I got to go to bodies and components. I'll do the black plastic first because otherwise I'm gonna have to find all the little features in here. So I'm gonna have to redo all the nickel plating part. That's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there, chat. So we're gonna start with plastic. Plastic. I'll go down to opaque, and then I find black matte plastic. So take that, apply it, remove the stuff that's already there. I probably could have hit keep, but whatever. Now, okay, so it's looking a little better. It kind of looks like it was in a fire, though. Let's redo that satin, but not to the whole thing. We go to the faces. Boop, boop. It's got to look right, you know? It's got to look right. Otherwise it's just madness. It's just chaos. I can't abide chaos. I cannot abide chaos. Doot, 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 double doot, triple doot, quadruple doot, and then for the finish, that doot. All the doots. Some doots, maybe not some doots. A lot of doots, though. We're definitely dooting it. Dooty doot 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 doo. And if I want to use this later as like an actual electrical design part, then I can come back to this model and find it. I should probably have a folder for all of my parts, to be honest, because then I'll at least have a record of all the stuff that I'm putting into things. But, you know how it is. Look at that. It's already looking like a real Switch, only all the faces are making weird. They're blinking all weird as I zoom around it. All that's left is this little guy right here. Is it glossy? The rest of it is definitely matte. Yeah, that's glossy. Glossy fire engine red button hanging out on top. That's what's up. That's a hot look. I'm not mad at that. All right. So there's our switch part. Close the appearance tab. That's all we need out of this, right? I mean, it would have been nice if we had the lever on it, but Control S. Yeah, it would have been nice if we had the lever on this, but we can assume a height of like, you know, I don't know. It's not a millimeter. What is it? A quarter of a millimeter height over top of the button is what's required to allow that lever to be in there. Am I bleeding profusely? It's like a pinhole. It's like a pinhole in my elbow. Like, where did it come from? What are you talking about, miss to the one side? I didn't miss anything. Unless it's that. Is that still? Yeah, it is. Okay. What are you guys checking over my homework? Jeez. I feel like I got a bunch of hall monitors today in chat. Go monitor a hall somewhere. Jeez. Okay, there's our switch. That's all we can do for that. So what we'll do is go back to here, our new design. We can start designing this. I need to start with like a size that I'm going to extrude though. How am I going to figure that one out? Well, let's see. It's like I need to know the stuff later. I need to know the stuff after the fact. I mean, I could start with a maker beam extrusion profile, and we could just put the two parts together. Let's see if we can find like a maker beam profile. I'll probably have to log into Grabcad, though. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Reading annoy too much in chat. You can also just assume maker beam is 10 millimeter by 10 millimeter too. So we could just grab a random piece of it. God damn it. God damn it. God darn it. These are powerful tools if you're logged into the right accounts, but you know. I mean, maker beam, you could just find the profile and extrude along the profile in order to make the beam. So you don't really need to go to Grabcad and download a file, but I did. Did I not download it? Okay, click the button again. There it is. Okay, there's our maker beam profile, extract the folder. Let me get this window out of the way, and then I'll bring you guys back up to the computer. All right, so maker beam profile, and we'll just put it in here just because I don't care. Maker beam profile F3D. Hey, that's nice. I think that's what I want, because that might have all the surface colors on it. Upload, applaud. Oh, that already went in. Good. The other one took forever. Let's just take a look at the file before we... Oh, I can't see anything. I see nothing. Oh, there it is. Black anodization is not the kindest of materials to view. All right, so there's our maker beam profile. Cool. All right, so now I actually have less work to do. So what I can do is just poop that thing in there, poop this thing in... Oh, wait, I got to position it. Yeah, it's fine. And then poop that thing in there. We can move it up, put it wherever. I kind of want to put it on the center of the thing, but we'll just move that like that. Now, let's see. What direction do we want it to be in? Well, the cart's going to come from the left there. So, yeah. I mean, we'll try to make it a little bit more universal. I'll just leave it as it is right now. So, let's see. Center of the drawing. I guess I'm going to be sketching on surfaces in order to create this thing, huh? So the place that it is in right now is where these are centered on this. How do I get that center to work out? Well, I guess I can just place the holes on the center, and then I can move it based on that position, but it's going to be weird to try to align. I think we can do it, though. Let's get that out of the way. All right, so we've got our switch. Let's... Hello? Hello? What did I just do? I hit undo. Oh, no, redo. There we go. Sorry. Okay, yeah, so I need to move those holes to the center there. They basically just need to be at origin, though. So if I take this thing, move the component here, and I flip it up. No, that's not flipping it up. That's flipping it up. 90 degrees. Nope. 89, 90. And then I place, let's unview the beam. Where's origin? Oh, origin's all the way over there. Yeah, we'll place it at origin, and then that'll give me a basis. So I'm going to go with the move command that I don't see. I just right-click it and do move copy. The component from point to point. First point. That's circle, if I can get it to highlight. Oh, no, it's selecting the component. Hold on. Select the component, and then point to point. First point, that's circle. Second point is origin. And I need to actually view origin in order to use it. Boop, like that. Okay. So now that's centered on the maker beam, right? And the maker beam is, of course, just centered in the entire drawing. So now what I can do is I can move this vertically and horizontally in order to just place it somewhere. So move, copy the component, this guy right here, and use this move and move it up until it is close enough. Actually, can I do a point-to-point move where that's just in contact or not? I don't know how to do that. All right, so we'll just eyeball it. Hopefully it doesn't, it's going to make my dimensions for this project a little weird if I'm not careful. So like that. And then just for display purposes, I'll just move this down a little ways. There we go. Okay, so this is where it is right now. This is where the switch is right now. Let's unview origin. So how do we want to move it from this position? Well, I'm going to need a plastic thing in there, obviously. And I'm going to think about the print bed as I'm putting this thing together. I don't think I need anything special like bolsters on the sides to hold it up. I think all we really need is just a bar of plastic that we'll be able to bolt into this thing. So we've got 2.5 millimeter align. We're okay. I can use the align tool in order to put stuff down properly, but whatever, this is fine. It's fine the way it is. We know that the holes are centered as they are right now. I just have to figure out what the thickness of the plastic bar is going to be, and then locate those screw holes and move them down the appropriate amount. It's going to be a very simple thing to do. Chat, I don't need your ideas. 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 Okay? I am gonna take a bite out of my fucking monitor. Oh my god. Stop telling me out. I'm okay. I'll be all right. Okay, so anyway. I'm just trying to do something and like everybody's telling me how to do it. It's like, this is simple. There's a lot of different ways to skin this cat, you fucking psychos. Why are you skinning cats? Those are fucking assholes. All right, so anyway. I prefer dark mode. Shut up! Man! All right, anyway. So yeah, all I'm gonna do is move this thing. How thick do I think it needs to be? Well, it's not gonna be under a lot of mechanical stress. Like, there's not all that much mechanical stress. I guess maybe let me take a look at the screws that I have and see how deep this is going to end up. How deep the screw will go through the switch and through whatever the plastic substrate is going to be. And what size screw I'm using and all that stuff. I got to figure that out real quick, because that'll determine a lot of the stuff here. All I need is a fastener at all to go through this thing and hold it down. And it needs to be one of the ones that I haven't drilled out already, which I think is this one. I think. What'd you guys eat today? What's going on with you? Did you guys get into some, like, sugar or something? There's no, is there a dark mode in Fusion 360 that I don't know about? I'm eating meatloaf. See, that's normal. That's not super sugary. Yeah, maybe you need to eat something. Maybe you'll perk up after that, huh? You guys will return to Earth a little bit. I don't know what the weird idea train is all about here, but and then you guys get belligerent when I ignore you. Yeah, there are themes in Fusion. No, we don't need that. Yeah, I could use them, but I'm not going to get a lot of screws sticking out of the other end of this switch if I use my favorite screws, which are these laptop style panhead screws that I really like. These guys, these little panhead laptop screws. I really enjoy using these, but those I don't think I have in long enough flavor. Yeah, I've had people come into chat and like telling me the story of their life, and then they get annoyed that I don't pay attention to it. And it's like, I've got a show to do. As much as I hate to be like that, this isn't going to hold. This isn't going to hold very well. It'll hold it. There's still blood on my hand. Chat, there's blood on my hands. It's my blood. I mean, I could use the brass inserts on the plastic, but that's super wasteful. Because I figured that I'll probably have to print this a couple times. I think maybe... that blood didn't go away. Whatever, fine. You guys will see my blood today. I would like a few more threads than that. And I guess I could probably just source a different screw to use. Because I can't use the maker beam screws. And I wonder if I do actually have longer screws in this kit. This kit is on its way out. There's some of the stuff is just gone. Some of the different screws that I have in here, they're just not around anymore. If I use the wider ones, then it holds it a little better, but there's definitely not going to be... Well, if I undersize that enough, there should be enough pressure on that that'll hold it together. You have a laptop repair store from your shop, you'd have an endless supply of spare screws. There's that good idea, Fairy. It's back. I'm sick of ideas. Maybe that's what it is with me today. I'm sick of ideas. I get so many suggestions. It just wears you down, man. It's science and technology. That's what it is. It's just, you know, everybody wants to be the idea guy. You see, I'm the idea guy. I come up with these things. Why don't we turn trash into fuel? I could use the English screws, these old English screws that I got from DigiKey like a million years ago. I definitely have longer ones. I don't know if I have any in quite the like middle size that I would need. I hate to use these things though. They're not that good. They're stainless. They're okay for that. But let's see if I've got any that are not obscenely super duper long. Because really what I want is I want the screw to go in like a more than a millimeter, you know? Out more than 3 threads. Do you review the things that come out of your mouth, or do you just like type a free thought into chat and hit enter? Like, is there any process by which you review what you're saying? Dear God. Oh, that's too long. I can always cut these, but... This is the death of a screw kit right here. That's what you're looking at. These have been through so many different projects that it's completely disorganized. Yeah, I really, like, this is too long. This is too long, but I really just want, like, the center, like, if it was this far, I would be happy. But I can't find anything that's, I just want, like, a little bit more screw poking out would be ideal. A little bit less, rather. Less than these things. Yeah, because that would be like a 5mm deep thing. I don't need it to be 5mm. I was thinking 3. 3 would probably be a good number of millimeters there. But if I don't have the hardware that I'm designing for, then what's the point? I could go back to having almost no threads stick out and just assume that, you know what happens when we assume. But, yes, God. Why do I need to address this? It's not hypocritical of me to say that I don't like having chaotic things around here and then having a chaotic screw bin. What am I going to do? Spend all my time organizing this? If you guys nitpick like that, you will find all kinds of different conflictions. Oh man, I've been there for streamers blowing the fuck up about that tendency of people to just point shit out like that. Oh, it's so bad. If you guys try to, like, publicly do anything, you'll know the pain of having to address stuff like that. But you said you liked this movie but didn't like this movie. That's hypocritical. It's like, no, it just means I have a different opinion. Like, saying I hate chaos and I want everything to be neat and orderly is far and away different from having to actually sit here and sort out my weird-ass screw bin. I'm doing my best, chat. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, so my choice is... I mean, I could go hunting in the miscellaneous screw bin, but nobody wants that. Oop, where did that go? Yeah, so I could use the stainless screws, and those have a shitload of distance, shitload of distance to go over there, right? Been lurking for a while, but have to lurk? What? Thanks for the chill stream. Hey, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, so the question is, like, do I want 5mm to stick out of the other end here? 8mm to stick out of the end? That's a lot of millimeters. And I guess I could put, like, washers and spacers and stuff on the other side of these screws, but that's silly. I don't really want to do that. I really want, like, 2mm out of the bottom of these screws, because I'm thinking, like, 3mm for the switch adapter. The extrusion rail is 10mm. I think I'm just gonna have to deal with the screws only having a couple threads. And I could try to mechanically stabilize this with the 3D print. I could have a little, just like a little edge on either side. This is like the simplest thing in the world to print too. All right, so we're gonna have screws that have barely any fucking threads stick through. As much as I hate that, but they'll at least be able to mount to the maker beam properly. Yeah, look at that. Look at how little that is. Yeah, I don't really want to cut screws. I'm too old for that. I'm too old and too bored. I mean, that's technically like 2 threads that will get into the thing. So if I undersize the holes enough, that might be able to provide me with enough pressure. It just makes it very difficult to get them started in that hole. So we'll do that. So that means that we need, I don't know, let's make it 3 millimeters thick. I think that's probably pretty good. 2 millimeter sidewalls are generally what I do on enclosures. 4 millimeters is for like big mechanical stuff. And so 3 millimeter thick, I think, is a good compromise between that. That's not going to move our switch too far out from where the cart is. Actually, it kind of will. Kind of will. How far out do we have the cart? Cart! How far out do you go? I think it goes another like 5 millimeter. Let's just check that. 7. Okay, yeah, we're fine. What laser are you gonna use? I'm gonna use an interocitor. No, the laser. What laser am I gonna use? It's a laser that I've had from a laser pointer a long time ago, and I bought new cores for it. It is a laser diode. It's a 1.4 watt laser diode. That's just in its own, like, actually, most of this stuff is built from just like trash. The lens is actually, the collimating lens is from a laser pointer that I used to have. So yeah, let's move it up. Well, let's try 3 millimeter, huh? So 3 millimeters is an absolute fucking chasm between these things. Jeez. All right, so now that we've got that all positioned, new sketch on face. Create sketch. Oh yeah, capture the positions, then create the sketch. Of course it's upside down. Yes, just what I wanted. We can sketch it upside down as a result. Actually, let's finish the sketch quickly, and I'm going to move this part. I could show you guys that if we design this properly, I can move this part wherever I want, and it will always retain its position. 3 millimeters might be a little bit much, though. I can technically just move it 2 millimeters, and we can make enough of a bracket that everything's going to handle it. Let's see. Do I compromise and make it 2 millimeter? Or do I keep my 3 millimeters of this thing? It's not going to be much of a bracket with 2 millimeter. Just give me a minute. I just want to think about that. If I do 2 millimeter, then those other screws were like 10, 2.5. I'm compromising the compromises. All right, hold on. Move. Let's move it down a millimeter. It's just a couple clicks to do that, and then the cat has to catch up. All right, so there we go. Let's go back to our sketch on that face. Go back to that sketch. It's upside down. I guess that's just what we deal with. Oh God, what have I done? Okay, so currently the switch is not in a good position, right? We need to move it down. But this is going to be a very simple design. So what I need to do is I need to project these, and then not much else, to be honest. Origin's all the way over there. I guess we're designing it all in the negatives behind origin. What else do we really need from the rest of this? I mean, I could get these lines in here. I don't want to, so one thing that I don't want to do is put a, well, actually, if I print it the other way around, then the outside edge that we're looking at right now would be on the bed, and then the other side could be in the rail, and I could put a bar in there. It doesn't need to be stronger, though. That doesn't need to be stronger. Are you displaying a 1-to-1 for the app? I don't know what you mean. What's the app? What are you talking about? Let me see here. I'm just kind of thinking about the design of this. I don't think I need to have a rib in the bottom of it, but the rib would keep everything straight. It would keep it from cocking over to the side. But then again, there's going to be a lot of mechanical force from those bolts. I don't think I need the bar in there. I don't think I need the bar in there. I could do that. If I did that, I want the other side of this thing to be flat. This is Fusion 360. I don't know if there is a way to like simulcast this or whatever. It's literally just my desktop. Yeah, but the program's called Fusion 360. All right, so I hate this sketch palette window because it's like it's always in the way. And then I opened up the project tool by hitting P, and it opened this up over here. It's like, why is it over there? And then I click OK, and then I'm just left with the sketch palette all the way over here. All right, let's just get that out of the way. Yeah, man, they really love to use up your sidebar space in this program. The only reason that it's so evident to me is because all of the sorry, we're losing a lot of width to the cameras. So, alrighty. So, I guess what I'm gonna do, I don't really have a good center of this. So I was hoping to do a box from the center. I mean, I guess if I put the switch in origin, I should move the switch to origin. Yeah, let's move the switch to origin. We're moving to Oregon. I mean origin. Finish. Okay, let's see here. How am I gonna do that? Basically what I want is the distance between those two to be at origin, and I could use the align tool to do that, I suppose. Or I could just friggin' just design the part. All right, let's just design the part. Just design the part. Just design the part, the stupid part. This shouldn't take this long. Trying to do everything up to chat standards, and you can never do that. All right, so what I want to do is, I guess what I'm going to do is project a couple more faces. So I want the top of the maker beam and I want the bottom of the maker beam. Now there's two surfaces here that I want to project. I want to project the top one though, because that's actually where it is, as opposed to the bottom of the chamfer. So I want that, and then I think I want the edges of the switch. Because the edges of the switch are gonna be what I design from. Well, I could just go from the well, all right, let's project those. That should be enough data that we can then figure out what our stuff is, right? Oh, and I'm also gonna need, well, no, because that's just center. Yeah, center between these lines is where the screw hole is going to be. Okay, so let's do some construction lines. So let's make some boxes here. And we'll go, how many millimeters do we think we need to go outside of the switch? Well, I need to figure out what the size of a bolt is. So how far off of this thing do we want to go? Well, that's going to go out to there. And then let's get I want a nut and a bolt just to figure it out. I can't find the nuts. There we go. Actually, how big is that? That's 10 millimeter. Yeah, so I guess we'll do it in the middle of a 10 millimeter block on either side. Yeah, because it's maker beam. That's right. That was dumb. 10. That's huge. Well, that's okay. That's 10. I can't see anything because the maker beam is in the way. Jeez. And that probably shouldn't be a construction line. Actually, that should be... Well, no, I'll do the projection of the 10 millimeters, and then I can do a box from top to bottom. So I'll take that. Nope, that's not the right tool. Take this as a construction line. That's the intersection there that I got, right? Yeah, take that down to here, make that another 10. And then I need to make sure that that locks in. And now I don't need to look at any of this stuff. It makes me sick. Swift Hammer! Rating with a party of 13. Hey, how's it going, Swift Hammer? What you guys doing over there at Swift Hammer? What do you guys do? What would you say it is that you do? We're designing a limit switch right now for my wall-mounted laser etching table. That's this piece of live edge wood behind me. When people subscribe to the channel, they get their names burnt up on that board. You can see, however, that it appears to be missing some major pieces of hardware. Doing some fancy leather tooling. Oh, that sounds cool. I'm gonna go ahead and follow this freaking weirdo that just raided my channel. That's pretty cringe. Follow. There we go. All right, now I can actually. Oh, look, it's my board. I'm looking at my own board. Okay. Anyway. No, that's not beer. That is cider. So I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in Philadelphia, and basically I got a lot of brewing stuff. Captain Squish, thanks for the follow. I'm in Philadelphia, and so my local Acme supermarket has apple cider. It's, you know, obviously non-alcoholic. It's apple cider, right? It's nice and dirty, and so I basically grabbed 5 gallons of that shit because it's made it in like a Pennsylvania apple orchard. I get 5 gallons of that shit and I bring it down here, and then I just pour it into. I basically disinfect a carboy, pour it in, and then I've got champagne yeast that I bought like 2.5 years ago, and I just throw it in there, and there we go. And, you know, a couple weeks later, I'll have delicious alcoholic apple cider. Because the champagne yeast, it's going to make it very alcoholic, and it'll be very dry. Anyway, so I went out to Lytton, Pennsylvania, wherever the hell that is. Like somewhere towards the middle of, it's not even close to the middle of Pennsylvania. I went to Lytton, PA. It's like this cute little town. Latigo Smith, thank you for the follow. And I bought this insanely expensive live edge board. Burn the Subs has been running previously on this channel for 2.5 years. 2.6 years, we calculated. 2.5 years that thing had been running, and 5,500 subscriber names have been burnt up onto just a square piece of wood. So it filled up, and now my task is to make the new board work with a live edge. So we are going to, looks to me like you could use 15 pounds of honey. Those bottles all the way in the right hand side of the screen that are sitting in White Claw cardboard containers, those are a honey from my friend's property in Westchester. He hired some beekeepers, and I was like, man, I could use 15 pounds of that, and they gave it to me. So I still need to make that. Once the carboys free up, we'll do another mead one. Mead has mixed results here. I used a sweet mead yeast, and as long as I don't overcook it, I'll have some really good mead. But luckily, honey keeps for a long time, right? We'll be making mead with it soon enough. Yeah, welcome to my shop. This is where we do stuff. Usually, we're working on electronics. Today, I bled a lot for no reason. We've got a thermal imager that I made a little enclosure for. We do electronics projects, but we also try to do stuff in the physical world a lot. So what we're doing right now is we're designing something in Fusion 360 that I'm going to print out on the 3D printer. It is going to act as a limit switch holder for my Burn the Subs project. Burn the Subs, it's a board that goes up on my wall, and it basically etches the names of people onto a giant chunk of maple. The previous chunk of maple was very square, but we're replacing that now. And so we ran into a problem. The limit switches, as I mount them just regularly up on this, what's called maker beam, which is an aluminum extrusion, this is the only way that I could get the limit switches to work. And we're a little concerned here because the mechanics of that cantilever arm right there could wear away at the plastic of the cart a little too much. It needs to be a gentler click. And so I need to move this down 1 millimeter, I would think. And then the positioning of it horizontally will say where this thing actually clicks over. But this lever, I just want it to act as a ramp. So I would like to move this down by 1 millimeter. So the centering of this has to be off. So what I've done is I went on to DigiKey's website, and I found a model for pretty much the same switch. So now that I've got that model of switch, I know where those holes are going to be. Now I could have just done this with calipers and measured it and just created this without all of the visual aids. But I took a piece of maker beam Yeah, we got a lot of aids here. So the visual aids help us to just sort of conceptualize what we're up against here, right? Random question: does diabetic blood taste sweeter? Probably if my glucose levels were high, but I don't know. Blood doesn't really taste all that good. Blood's not a great flavor. So anyway, what I've done is I've projected onto a sketch where the holes are and where the outer extremes of these of the beam is. So what we're going to do is we're going to make just a simple adapter that'll have 2 screws on the outside and then 2 screw holes on the inside, and that's it. That's all we need to do. Just 4 screw holes on a bracket. So actually, what I was going to do, just to display to you guys, we'll design it as it is right now, and then I'll move the switch down, and you guys can see how the history plays into Fusion 360 and how designs are created. What's the point of the roller if it stops when it activates that switch? That's what I hear. Farting noises. I didn't choose the switch because it had a roller on it. It's just a switch that I have. The roller isn't doing anything. Technically, I could put the switch low enough so that the roller would actuate, but it's too far. Every single thing you gotta justify. Man, it's just whatever switch I had in the bin. All right, so yeah, the roller doesn't do anything. I think we'll be okay. I mean, really, technically, the way that this thing would want to be mounted for it to be like totally sound in the way that it was supposed to be designed is that you would have the switch way further down, and then the roller would actually be the thing that interfaces with the cart moving by. But it doesn't matter. The difference between this and one of the ones with the levers on it is that there's no roller. Like, I can cut it off if it'll make you guys happy. The rollers to look cool. Yeah, it's like a little flag that waves up and down. Hey, look at me. Anyway, what we're trying to do is not have it hinge on this little edge right there. And I guess, you know, the roller might even stop the cart if it goes too far, although it would have to be very far off for that to happen. We're trying to maximize the amount of vertical space that we have in this design because the wood, I want to reach as much of the wood as I can. We're not going to be able to get to some of it. I mean, some of it's like at the bottom, there, I can't point to it. That bottom corner is probably going to be a problem area. So, all right. Now, the one thing that could happen with this is that if I design it to be the absolute maximum dimensions that are in CAD, it's probably not quite gonna, it's not gonna like fit. I should probably make it like 0.1 millimeter more narrow, but I'm not gonna worry about that because I think this area, I shouldn't have too much in the way. The bottom of the rail might get in the way a little bit, so maybe I'll fillet those bottom edges a little bit. This is mostly gonna be a flat piece. I could do like a bolster up to the sides of the switch, but that's not even necessary with this. Like, it's gonna hold it just fine no matter what. The mechanical pressure on this thing is downwards anyway, and with the ramp in place, it'll barely even be that. So we're gonna make a box, chat. We're just gonna make a box. So anyway, back to the sketch. Now all the visual aids are in the way. Who knew that aids would be so inconvenient? So we unview them, boop, boop. And then I can just draw an actual box from end to end on this thing, not a construction line. So I hit X to toggle construction lines. So I hit X again to undo that, and I'm just gonna select one part of my cube and the other part of my cube. Now, those lines are blue. They shouldn't be. I think the lines behind them are blue. Nope, look at that. It fucked up. God damn it, stupid program. Oh, it's because of that one. Okay, so let's diagnose this a little bit. That one messed up. That should be a 10 by 10 box on there, but this should also be, is it parallel? Which one do I want? There we go. So that one auto did it. So now that line is defined and I can't just drag it around. You gotta be careful about those things in Fusion because Fusion will, see how there's no height in here? It's based on the projected line. So if I change the projected part, that distance will change. You gotta be careful about that sort of flow, that flow of events that exists within this program. This program is timeline based. So this thing is in this position and then you do that to it and then you do that to it. if I go back and edit this drawing, all the steps that I do after the drawing are going to be undone for my editing of the drawing. It takes a little bit to get used to it. Not really get used to it, but just to kind of like understand how to work with the timeline. Once you understand how to work with the timeline, it is incredibly powerful. If you somehow got your centers and origins off, it's a wrap. That's a tough one, yeah. That's why you want to like try to wiggle your lines and make sure that everything is locked down, because I've gotten into situations where, you know, it's very difficult to recover. At a certain point in the design, I am of an opinion that you should just start it over with a completely new design. You should just start over, new files and everything, because now that you've worked out a lot of the stuff that you want to do, you'll have a better idea of how to accomplish that quickly. The free-form, flowing ideas style of creating something in Fusion is tough to support. So yeah, anyway, I'm drawing a box from there to there, and that's our thing. I still need to figure out the center here, and I could do that with a box. I've done that before. See how it's highlighting a bunch of different areas of this thing? I don't know why there's the split line here is just because of the center line, I suppose, of the... I guess I didn't need to project I didn't project them. They're just there. They just happen to be there. Messing up my drawing. Sort of like if you're working in meat space, to change one piece, you ideally undo all the stuff that you've attached to it. That's an interesting way to think about that, I suppose. Yeah. I heavily considered that for my last project. Yeah, it was either going to settle with stuff being a fraction of a millimeter off center or just delete the whole thing and start over. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid putting like equations into a lot of the stuff, but I need to incorporate that back into my designs, because I know, now that I've done this enough, I know sort of the tweaks that are required in order to manipulate a 3D printed design. Depending on the design, it's like things like hole sizes and stuff like that are good to put in equations, because then you can just edit that variable and it'll just boop, boop, you know, do all of them at once. The lesson is to use virtual anchors. I don't know about that. But, you know, any reasonable design, hopefully is not too complicated for me to go back and reinvent, just using the numbers that I know and the placement of everything that I know. All right, so let's see here. So I want the center of this, and I don't really have it very clearly and easily marked. I can use construction lines for it, though. That's kind of a weird way to do it, but I can go from here and I can just go 5 by 5 because I know that's 10 millimeters on the end. That's the way that I typically do it, and I don't know if it's a great way to do it or not. 5 by 5. 2 in the pipe, 5 by 5. Everybody online looking good. If you guys get those references, you're a million years old like I am. Okay, screw size. Now 2.5 millimeters are maker beam size, but just for the fun of it, I'm gonna measure this thing out. This is not a maker beam screw. What is that? That goes here. Ugh, some kind of filthy alternate screw. I was born with good hair. Okay, so these are actually 3 millimeter? I'm getting 2.9. I thought these were 2.5. Do I trust this? Yeah, I trust it. It's 3 millimeter. I guess these are the 2.5s. There is a center point anchor on the line as standard. It shows as a triangle. Yeah. I can start it. Yeah, I can do a 3-point line and do the triangles, I guess. I could do that. I might lose a little control if I use the anchors, though. But if I need to narrow these edges, then I'll have trouble with that. If I really wanted to do that triangle, what I could do or do the center without calculating it or whatever, or, you know, doing 5 by 5, I could do a rectangle that's a 3-point rectangle, and I can take it from the center line here to this edge, and then I can take it up to the center line, and that would give me my 5 by 5, but it would always be based on the centers of that square piece. Yeah. I took a geometry class in college, my condolences. That was all based around creating compass straight edge constructions. Actually helped a lot when I got into Fusion 360. Yeah, the mechanical engineering facet of it, man. I'm an electrical engineer. I understand what this thing does when you push down the button. That's what I know. So getting up to speed with the mechanicals it's been a trip Why? Okay, so I'm confused about 360 and what it thinks is happening here. Because I didn't, oh, you know what? Because this is the sketch face. That face of the maker beam right there is what I'm basing my sketch on. That's a little weird. I played Geometry Wars in college. So I got my leg injury in the Geometry Wars. So if we're dealing with 3 millimeters here, I'm gonna make this 3.4. I want a big, loose, I don't want any of this stuff to catch. 3.4 is usually a little bit much. 3.2 would be the screw slides through and it doesn't wiggle around a lot. 3 millimeters and you're dealing with a friction fit. 2.8 is where your threads start catching. 2.4 is where your screw starts stripping. but it's a strong fit. So those are the rules around screws in millimeter size. We played Hide the Doom installation from Teacher. Yeah, man. Back when StarCraft let you install like the what is it, the other copy on computers and you could all play. That was the best. Imagine Blizzard being a good company. Actually, they were doing all the bullshit back then too, but just nobody knew about it. All right, so yeah, 3.4 is going to be the size of the screw holes that the bolts are going to go through. And we've got 2 millimeters above that. I think that's okay. It's not exactly the size of the plate. I hope I don't have to use the long fasteners for these. My accounting teacher didn't care. We all played Minecraft on a server we hosted in the school's LAN. I had a computer lab, like a digital media. I should have done chat. I should have done more digital media in school, like as a high schooler. I did instead of like a sports elective that we had to choose, which is odd that you would call it elective because it's not really all that elective if they force you to do it. But instead of playing sport, I made a video of all of the other sports that were going on during that term. I should have done more digital media. But anyway, our digital media professor was an awesome guy, and we had those old iMacs, the ones that were like, they weren't multicolor. They were actually the good ones that were meant for like media production. But he ended up playing, I think it was like Unreal Tournament with us, and he fucking wiped the floor with all of our dumbasses. I mean, we were on those weird circular Apple mice, so you didn't really know if you were moving precisely in X and Y directions, right? Because those things would get turned, and then you try to like move up and you go side. It was bad. But yeah, we got absolutely fucking housed by him. He was good at Unreal Tournament. But that was like the end of the year kind of thing. All right, so anyway, what we're gonna do is now extrude this into a body. So we actually need to use our sketch lines as solids that we are going to project. So extrude, we gotta capture the position first. So I got 2 position captures here. That's a little weird because we didn't move anything afterwards. That's gonna bite us in the ass, I think. I don't know about that. Anyway, actually, yeah, what I need to do, no, that's okay. So if I rewind time to here, to where I capture the position, that thing is there, finished position. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we create the sketch, and then I hit extrude, and now it doesn't yell at me about capturing position. That's fun. Oh God, I think somebody microwaved broccoli. What a smell. So we're going to extrude those faces, and those faces we are going to extrude to that object. So what I need to do is, instead of start profile plane, direction one side, distance becomes to object, and then I just click on that face. And so this is our new solid. This is our, okay. This is our thing. There it is, looking good. Now, eagle-eyed viewers will notice, well, first off, that this is boring, but also that this is not the right position for the switch. Like the hold tool over the circle sketch tool. I don't know. I don't like the whole tool. There's too much information in it. It does a lot of good stuff, but there's too much information for me. All right, so what I want to do is I want to move this so that it is, let's see, probably flush with the top of the beam. What would flush get us? Flush is too far. There's not enough material to allow us to go flush. We could do that. Let's move it down a millimeter first. So you can see that I've clicked in on where I've locked the position. So you capture the position of all the objects in your sketch. If you double click on that step, it gives you a limited amount of things that you can do to reposition stuff. That's good though. That means that this is the step that locks everything into place. So all those projected lines will move with this when I move it. So I'm just gonna choose this right here. I'm gonna move that down. We could probably make it -2 millimeter. That's kind of far, but I do want this to hit the ramp. It's gonna be tough. This limit switch is gonna be kind of difficult to position, you know? But once we lock it in, it should stay there. Oh, I miss that name. I miss it so dearly. Mius32, thank you for following. Okay, so I've repositioned this now, right? I have repositioned this. And so now, when I go to, oh yeah, I need to finish position. The holes have moved with everything else. Look at that. Yeah, for making countersunk holes, it's very useful, you're right. Using the hole tool to actually make countersinks. I can freely adjust the height of the switch, and I can freely adjust the you know, any of the positions of this stuff, and this will sort of generate itself based on those positions. But I think what we've done so far is good. I feel almost like I should put like a line on this. If I do 2 like troughs there, just kind of like position the switch, but it's not like these are oval holes. If I really wanted to make it adjustable, I could. I don't want to go through all that trouble to try to, you know, do slots and stuff like that. So, I mean, what I could do is try to capture the switch in the right position. I could literally just print this out as a square and we'd be done. Maybe that's what I want to do. I don't think I need to have like a tongue underneath it. I don't need to have like a keel on this thing in order to keep it positioned in the maker beam straight. Although that would soak up some of the force and keep it from moving. It really wouldn't do that much, would it? Would that do a lot? I mean, that's the direction of the force on this thing. But the bolts are going to be the primary. The bolts are really going to be where all of the force is. I'm going to think about that. If I make this part thicker, I mean, no, because then I'm running into a problem where I don't necessarily have enough of the bolts sticking up. How much do these stick up when they're fastened in? Approximately 4 millimeters, and then the nuts are 2.5. Yeah. So we're already, I mean, 2 over 4. Those bolts are barely even gonna like fasten all the way down. So I think this is pretty much where we are with this. So we can make it look cooler. I mean, that's one thing I could do. We make it look cooler. Part of the look thing, I'm like, should I put bolsters in there to hold the switch a little better? It doesn't need it though. It's just, I mean, the switch is just gonna be just hanging out, you know? I'm just going back and forth with the debate on what I want this thing to look like, but I don't think I need to be too fancy. So typical things to do: chamfer everything that you can possibly get your dirty, grubby mitts on. And actually, I probably should have designed this using a slot of all things, but instead I'll just go and then nope, up to the max. There we go. Cool. There. Doing that with a slot would have been better. I could have figured out what that distance was and just drawn a slot over top of it, and that would have been fine, but that's all right. Instead, I've got these mega chamfers making the dimensions a little bit weird. I don't really think I want anything else for this. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is like this edge right here might contact a little weirdly. And actually, but the thing is, I need this to be, oh, yeah, I don't want to print out two different devices. I don't want to print out two different brackets, adapters. So this is reversible right now. So I can print this out twice, and then I will have both limit switch mounts. I could print that out 4 times, 6, and then replace all of my limit switches with these things, which is what I'm inclined to do. I might do that. I don't really want to chamfer anything else. I think that's literally all I need. This is almost something where I could have found a piece of metal and made this bracket, but I didn't. I'm going to make it out of plastic. All right, so that's literally all I have for that. I'm gonna change the appearance of it. Okay, what is happening here? There we go. Appearance for the whole body, and I'm gonna print it out in actually, it's probably gonna be glossy. It's gonna be glossy plastic. Glossy black plastic. It should be red. Red would look cooler. Yeah, now I can't see anything. Why do we design parts in this bright room? Dear God. All right, that's it. That's all she wrote. That's basically it. That's the bracket that I'm going to print out in a little while here. I will print it on my Creality CR10S that's been heavily modified. It's got a direct drive hot end, which means that it can print PETG like a champion. I got black filament in it already. All I need to do is take this body. First of all, give it a unique name so it's not got a weird name. There we go. Now it doesn't have a weird name. Right click, save as mesh. I don't even touch any of these settings. I just click OK. It turns out that Prusa likes 3MF files very much. Fadanon was the first one to tell me that it's actually a better format to use. So I've been using it lately instead of the step file. I don't know. I guess it's all right. So I've been exporting 3MFs. I put them on a folder in my desktop on the other computer, drag them into the slicer, let it do its magic, hit print, Control P. So STL, sorry, not step file. Wait, what does STL stand for? I once had an STL. All right, so anyway, that's it. That's all I got, man. It's 6 o'clock, dinner time. I'm gonna save all this stuff. I'll probably have to open it on the other computer to do all that work. I'll print out those brackets, and then what's remaining to be done, not a lot. Basically what I need to do is extend those 4 wires. So I can do that off air, and I might get that back up by next stream. Step file, I'm stuck. Then next stream we can look at the control box and figure out if we want to do anything to it. I don't think we're going to do a lot. Oh, so it's stereolithography. What? Really? That's strange. That's a strange format, huh? Stereolithography. Doesn't make any sense. I thought it was like steps. like steps to create something. You know? Maybe like step through it. Man, yeah, it's hard to see anything here. I'm actually going to make the part red. We'll just make it matte red. There we go. There. Visually, that's a lot easier. Usually I'll do matte gray for parts. But yeah. I also have red filament, so I could technically get red filament and use it. But yeah, that was a little venture into mechanically designing a limit switch, and we discovered that we needed that because the layout of Burn the Subs changed drastically to the degree where I don't have the same surfaces to trigger the limit switches, and then those limit switches were too big for the new mechanics. There's less room, and yeah, there's less room. I guess that's all I had to say about it. So what we're doing, making a little screw adapter that I'll be able to put little laptop screws through the switch itself on its mounting holes in order to keep it in a position where as the cart comes by, it'll hit the ramp to the switch, click that over. That's not as definitive as your typical limit switch. It'll work, but it's not great. Mechanically, that's what the switch is supposed to do, but the pop-off location is going to be weird to kind of figure out. Then again, it's Maker Beam, so all I need to do is loosen these 2 fasteners and just move it. with my hand. And from there, I guess we got to figure out what we're going to tell this thing are its absolute maximum limits and stuff like that. And we'll have to start getting into Python soon. I'll see you guys on Thursday. That's when we're going to pick this up again. Presumably, we will get out of the mechanical phase of this thing, and we can actually start working with software. Because, man, extending that axis has been a pain in the ass. I don't know if I want to save mounting everything back up onto the board for stream. I think I will. So we're in for a little bit more mechanical stuff next stream, and then by Friday, we may start working with code. You see around here, burn the subs is priority number 1. Even beyond my own personal health. I was like bleeding today. I don't know why. So burn the subs is priority number 1. We got to get this thing back up. It's like always an emergency to get it back up. So, all right, what is happening around Twitch? Do we know? Hold on, let me go to this cam. Should have been talking like this the whole time, but I wanted to show the thing. Yeah, that's cider. I'm so happy for that. Usually I don't get that much krausen on top of it. That's a good little... Krausen is like the foamy stuff at the top of your keg when you're brewing. Tom's up. Tom's painting with Borb. Tom is thinking. Oh my God. Let's raid the Thinker Tom. Oh, my caps lock is on. It's like I've been doing CAD. Raid Tom Thinks. You guys should know Tom Thinks does some really cool stuff on Twitch. And Twitch is recognizing him for it. It's really cool. What Tom does is he uses a lot of buttons in order to essentially puppeteer animation. Now, right now, he's painting with Borb. So right now, he's using all the tools that he's created in order to paint a member of chat or you know, a picture that somebody has sent in. It's sort of a Bob Ross style show, but this is all being done live, and so he's responding to chat. He does all kinds of cool stuff like that. We did a project for him that is a button. He's not using the button because he's doing Borb. Borb is one character with one voice that he doesn't need a voice changer to do. The button that we provided him was actually something for his voice changer. He's probably going to talk about it, but he doesn't have to. But yeah, Tom is a class act. You guys check him out. I'm going to dump you guys over there and figure out dinner, do my thing. I'll be on Discord, as I normally am, and I will catch up with you guys on Thursday when we'll probably be mounting the y-axis up onto the board. There's a couple little things that I need to do, and you guys can see how the 3D print turned out. Spoilers, it will be a layered piece of plastic that fits. I don't know. There's not much else to it. And if I need to tweak that model, I'm already set up to do all the tweaks that I need to do in order to make it happen. So, I'll see you guys in a bit. Have a good one. What are you still doing here?
Very finished.